Good evening. Let me know if you guys can hear me in the chat. Let me turn that stuff off. Yes, I have the dramatic music, and it's fitting because the results of this particular election are going to be dramatic. Let me know in the chat if you can hear me. Go ahead and hit that like button. If it's your first time here, go ahead and subscribe. I was planning on going live later on, but I think it's important to highlight something that has came up with there not being enough ballots in Hinds County, and that they have extended the polls. So we might have a George Bush, Al Gore type of situation. All right. So this is the information that they have so far, which is that at least nine Hinds County precincts have run out of ballots. According to the clerk, election officials are now scrambling to quickly print new ballots and rush them out to the polling places. And it could be a long night. And they only extended it for an hour. I'm sorry. The amount of time that it takes for you guys to print out ballots, people going on their lunch breaks. No, you need to extend it by at least 3 hours. We need a 3-hour time frame because you have people who went during their lunch break and then we ran out of ballots. Yeah.
To try to get them ballots. It's already here.
Yeah, what if they run out of ink?
Yep. To try to get them ballots.
This is absolutely ridiculous. And so I thought that I would go ahead and go live because it's important if you try to go vote today and you did not get a chance to vote because they didn't have ballots. If you are in line, they will not turn you away. They did extend the polling. They did extend polling until 8 p.m. And they are trying to get it extended until 9. My issue with the voter suppression is if you're an older couple, or you're just an older person, you don't like to necessarily go out when there's a lot of traffic. And that's not even just older people, because I'll keep it a buck. When I stayed like in the city in Charlotte, between 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock, I'm not going nowhere because the traffic's bad. I like to go early in the morning, during lunchtime, be out there, or I have to go after 6 o'clock when the traffic is starting to die down. But for the older generation, y'all don't want to be out all the time late at night. Some of these older folks, they go to bed around that time. So for them to have ran out of ballots, that is voter suppression. For them to, I want to show you guys a picture of, I guess yesterday they set up a blockade right outside Jackson State University. So let me see if I can find that particular blockade that they set up at Jackson State University. It says, there's no way that they only printed out 70,000 ballots, and there's a total of 222,679 total residents in Hinds County. They should have printed at minimum 115,000 ballots. At minimum. And then she's just over here, I gotta print out these ballots. Do you know if you, okay, so they might be like literally 30 to 40,000 ballots short. And she over,
trying to get them ballots.
That's only a few hundred. Girl, we need you to go to Kinko's.
It's already here.
Where's that at? She's only printing a couple hundred every 10, 15 minutes. That's only a couple hundred. And it said that they only printed out 70,000 ballots. Let me see if I can find some more information. They did say that the feds were on site today in various polling places. The only thing that I can see is Hinds County is extended till 8 to make up for the lack of printed ballots. Stay in line and cast your vote. Me personally, I feel like 1 hour is not enough. 1 hour is not enough. If you, to make up for that time frame, so let's just say you had to figure out that you guys no longer have ballots. Then you had to go and actually print them. You needed to have at least added 2 hours on top of the hour that you lost. There's no reason that they don't have 3 hours. It says Hinds County has extended poll hours until 8 p.m. due to ballot shortage. Let's hope people stay in line. Please make a note that the Democratic Party is who filed the lawsuit to extend voting hours in Jackson tonight. So it looks like they're trying to extend it to actually 9 o'clock tonight. As of right now, the only thing that we have is that they extended it till 8 p.m. That's all that we have right now. To still be printing tickets with only 1 hour left is crazy. Man, what? How are you still printing ballots? I know you only print about 100 to 200 ballots. You cannot print 50,000 ballots in an hour. There's no possible way, especially on that. I'm not trying to talk about the lady because the lady just doing her job. But sweetie, you can't print out. You cannot print out 20,000 ballots on this little bitty ass printer. And I'm not even trying to clown her.
Trying to get them ballots.
How many ballots do you think is getting printed off of there?
It's already here. Yep. I just trying to get them ballots. It's already here.
You cannot print out 40,000 ballots on that little bitty ass computer.
I just trying to get them ballots. It's already here.
I am actually, I'm gonna just be frank, I'm pissed off because these folks is playing in our face. Do you hear me? These folks are full live playing in our face. Lord have mercy. They are playing in our face. All right. Let me see if I can get that list of places that ran out of ballots early. I don't have no understanding as to how this happened. How did this happen? How? Ross Adams from WAPT says the finger pointing has started. You know, I'm about to bring y'all the tea. I'm going to just bring it to you live. The finger pointing has started over the ballot fiasco. County Administrator Kenneth Wayne Jones says it's so disheartening and frustrating that the Hinds County Election Commission would drop the ball to this magnitude on one of the most critical elections in Mississippi history. Breaking, at least 9 county precincts have run out of ballots. And I'm going to try to figure out, he did list earlier the actual ones that were. So we just have a lot of drama in Jackson, Mississippi. The last week, we had the IHL meeting on Friday. We have an IHL meeting tomorrow morning at 11. Ross Adams says County Administrator Jones adds the Hinds County Board of Supervisors went above and beyond to make sure that this important election would be carried out safely and effectively. I don't know how, if you only print 70,000 ballots, knowing that you had 75,000 last time, you should have. And her printing on that little bitty printer, she's only printing maybe 500 ballots. This is clear-cut voter suppression and denying people the right to vote. And then you only do it by 1 hour because of the massive ballot shortage. You're not even able to get your ballots from wherever she's printing them out to the place where the ballots need to be casted. That has to be like 20 to 30 minutes away. You needed to have added 3 hours. Okay, here's a partial list of the places that ran out of ballots. And if you're in the comments, a lot of these are in Clinton and Bolton. So let me know in the comments if you're familiar with these locations. What type of voters would be coming to that church? So Pineview Baptist Church in Clinton ran out of ballots. Willwood Baptist Church in Clinton. Northside Baptist Church in Clinton. Pine Haven Baptist Church in Clinton. Clinton YMCA. St. Thomas in Bolton. Lord. They've signed it till 8. So right now, what time is it in Jackson, Mississippi? Is it 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock? It's 7 o'clock now, so the extra hour starts now. Here's some more information. The Mississippi Democratic Party is planning to file a lawsuit asking a Hinds County judge to keep all Hinds County polling precincts open until 9 p.m. More details to come soon. Is it that they're only allowed to ask for 1 extra hour? It's 7 now. So my family stay in Clinton now, grew up in Jackson though. So there's a lot of areas in Clinton that ran out of ballots. Mind you, wherever those places are that ran out of the ballots, even after you print the ballots, you have to get them there. That can take up to an hour in and of itself. So I feel like for every hour that you did not have ballots there, you need to be extending it for 2 hours. Okay. This legal action follows several reports and complaints that some Hinds County precincts have run out of ballots throughout the day. A few things to remember here. A judge has not granted this request, so voters should not plan their voting activity around this. Polling precincts are still open until 7, regardless of this legal action. If you're still in line by 7, you can stay in line. It says, and it appears a voting rights organization has asked a judge to extend voting hours at certain Hinds County precincts, but not all precincts. So MS Votes is a hotline that you can call. So if you are at a place and they've ran out of ballots or you see something funky, this is the hotline number you can call, 1-833-678-4321. That's your voter info hotline. Let me see if I can increase this so y'all can see it. I don't think it's going to allow me to do that. So I'm going to drop this photo in the chat so that you guys can follow along if you can't see it. Okay, so I dropped that, and this is basically what was filed. Comes now, Mississippi Votes by and there through undersigned counsel and files their complaint for declaratory and injunctive relief against the Hinds Circuit Clerk, Hinds County Election Commissioner as follows. So basically, this was to extend it. It says, there was unreasonably long lines and wait times at polling sites in the following precincts: Old Byram, Byram City Hall; Clinton, Northside Baptist Church; Raymond, United Methodist Church; and Clinton, Willward Baptist Church, caused by defendants' delay in having sufficient ballots for voters and defendants' failure to correct the lack of ballots for over 2 hours in certain precincts. So there was a delay of over 2 hours, and y'all only want to extend the time for 1 hour? They need to be extending it till 10 o'clock. I don't know why they said potentially hundreds. They should have said potentially thousands of lawfully registered voters. Some of the folks that are named in this lawsuit, though, are Black people. Defendant Kadada Brown is a Hinds County election commissioner in the Board of Supervisors. So, I mean, I hope that these folks that messed up, I hope y'all don't run for re-election. How y'all gonna get re-elected? And that's what type of stuff that you guys are doing. Defendant Ratoya Gilmer McGee is a Hinds County election commissioner in the Board of Supervisors. That sounds like another Black woman. So, I mean, you can call it voter suppression all you want to, but a lot of these people on this particular that are named as defendants in these various entities are Black people. So I don't know how much were you guys paid to not print enough ballots? Like what happened? You guys cannot think that you're going to get reelected faulting like that. Let me see if I can pull up the Hinds County election I'm pretty sure. Let's see who are these people that dropped the ball. Oh. Mm, mm, mm. Here's that information. The only thing I can think of is that I really don't know how you drop the ball and not make sure that there's enough ballots. I don't know how that happens. How you only print 70,000 ballots when you had over 75,000 and you knew that this was a very highly contested type of election. How does that happen? As a new old head, it's time for the old heads to step aside and let the young people take over. Things like this. Everybody over 45 need to just step aside and let them youngins manage this. I don't understand how this happened. It said, we're responsible for the election operations in Hinds County. There are currently 110 voting precincts in Hinds County with more than 149,000 registered voters. At minimum, they should have printed out 100,000 ballots. That's the minimum. Yeah, there's a lot of people that had to go to work this evening. They came early and they found out that, and they don't have early voting, like you don't have mail-in where you can mail in your vote. It says defendants' failure to provide voters with ballots violated plaintiffs' fundamental right to vote and other crucial rights guaranteed by federal and state law. My issue is that these people that are responsible for the Hinds County Election Commission, they're Black people. They're not Republicans. So how do Black people who are over this, how do you guys, Kadada Brown, Ratoya Gilmer McGee, Jamal Clark, Yvonne Horton, and Shirley Vernado. These, I'm not understanding how you can say voter suppression, and these are the people that were elected to be in there. There's no way that they did not. I don't see how you could have not anticipated over 100,000. And then to only give people an extra hour. And in the lawsuit, it says that people had to wait for over 2 hours, and then you guys didn't have the ballots. It says long lines and wait times can prevent voters who intended to vote from successfully casting a ballot. One study estimates that 730,000 eligible voters did not vote in the 2012 election because of long lines and unreasonable wait times at their polling sites. Long lines and unreasonable wait times also have long-term impacts on voter participation. Another study estimates that nearly 200,000 American voters likely did not vote in November of 2014 because of the wait times they experienced in 2012. An extension of polling site hours can ameliorate the effect of long lines by providing voters turned away by long lines the opportunity to return during extended hours to cast their ballots. You got to be ashamed of yourself to have done that. Like, ashamed. Have to be. Absolutely have to be ashamed to have messed up like that on such a huge election. That doesn't even include what they were doing yesterday at Jackson State by placing a blockade at Jackson State, checking license. Brandy says they are only required to keep ballots for 60% of the voter roll. So it means people haven't been voting. I understand that they were supposed to do that, but just based off of the amount of interest in this particular election, they didn't even have matching numbers from last year or the last big election that they had where they had 75,000. They didn't even have that. They had 5,000 less. So this is a blockade set up by Jackson State's campus the day before Election Day. Stop voter intimidation. And they said they were like checking license plates and checking people's license. It said this is what voter suppression efforts look like today and going forward with the intention of these people to control who gets to vote in Black areas of America and especially on HBCU campuses. This must be addressed seriously. Like, I'm not understanding this. How do you set up how does that happen? And then why is Capitol Police over there anyway? That's not a part of the Capitol.
An alarming sight for leaders of the state NAACP. Capitol Police officers set up a checkpoint close to the Civil Rights Organization's offices near Jackson State University 1 day before Mississippi's general election.
Why would you pick today to do this? Sometimes when students see law enforcement in such a heavy presence, they may make decisions about not coming on campus that day or the next day, which happens to be election day.
Monday morning, close to a dozen Capitol Police SUVs set up on University Boulevard at Lynch Street as students came onto and left the JSU campus.
That was Capitol Police. They were checking both license plates and licenses of individuals passing by. It's right next to the largest voting precinct in the state of Mississippi, which is Jackson State University.
NAACP Executive Director Charles Taylor spoke out on the issue at the governor's mansion at a news conference. Taylor believes the heavy police presence near an HBCU on the eve of a major election is a form of modern-day voter intimidation. The JSU Student Center is a voting precinct.
And so we're here right in front of the governor's mansion, and we're telling the governor that we want a free, fair, and safe election.
In the past, where we've seen law enforcement around precincts where they've checked license plates and checked driver's license of people attempting to vote, that is seen as a form of voter intimidation by the Department of Justice.
So why were Capitol Police at this spot on this day? Jackson NAACP President Deshaunby Lambright says JSU campus police told her they were not aware of the Capitol Police checkpoint. According to a spokesperson for Secretary of State Michael Watson, JSU requested enhanced patrols after the October shooting death of senior Jalen Burns.
We want Jackson State to be a safe campus. We want there to be, a presence of law enforcement. But what we don't want is that people to use that murder, use that incident as a way to suppress votes.
According to a DPS spokesman, any statements or allegations asserting that Capitol Police is attempting to suppress voters is false and without merit. Reporting from Jackson State University, Ross Adams, 16 WAPT News.
That's unusual. That's not weird to y'all. That's not a patrol, for one. You're literally posted up. This don't make no sense. The reason why I said that is because you guys don't usually post up like that. First of all, if your intention was to patrol and keep it a safe campus, wouldn't you have been doing these blockades prior to today or yesterday? And so I think we have an update on the emergency petition to extend voting hours at Byram City Hall, Northside Baptist Church, United Methodist Church, and Willward Baptist Church until 9 p.m. They basically sent the information to the special judge, Honorable Jess Dickinson, to get the extension to 9 o'clock. Brandy's saying it's not unusual for Hinds County. That's my only thing is, where were y'all at last week? If anytime you're gonna talk about setting up blockades and checking license, wouldn't you have done it the week right after the shooting when it was a heightened uh-oh. What happened? The Mississippi GOP filed a law. It says the Mississippi GOP filed a lawsuit to block the extension. Oh my goodness. Why would you block the extension? Why would you do that? Wow. See, now this is getting kind of crazy, because why would you try to block the extension? Uh-oh. Hinds County. Yo, they didn't even type it up. They didn't even type the to try to intervene. They literally wrote it on a piece of paper. They said, forget trying to write up anything. We're not this is absolutely, I'm mind-blowing right now. I mean, it's not mind-blowing, but it is mind-blowing. Mind-blowing because in the grand scheme of things, in America, nobody cares. Like the amount of outrage that they should have. This is so bad. I'm just kind of like, what? Okay, let me read this to you guys. This is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, you're right. They know the votes. This is similar to what Donald Trump did in, was it Nevada? Or Arizona, where he knew that all the votes that were coming in, they kept extending the hours for people to vote, right? And Trump wanted it to basically stop. And he wanted it to stop because he knew that if they kept counting, it would continually chip away at his lead. So Hinds County Civic Court case number, Election Day challenge to extend voting hours in certain Hinds County precincts. The Mississippi Republican Party hereby files the motion to intervene as an interested party in this challenge, respectively submitted. Where in the hell is the feds? Where is the feds at? Everybody needs to go on to Twitter and tag the feds, because they need to become an interested party ASAP. We have 30 minutes before it closes at 8. Like, this is crazy. And this is what we talk about when we talk about voter suppression, when we talk about voter intimidation, and we talk about the different types of new ways that people will try to suppress the vote. This is an example. Number one, I think that the Hinds County Election Commission, they dropped the ball regarding how many ballots they printed. That paper was not going to hurt you. You should have just went ahead and printed 100,000 ballots. Paper was not going to hurt you. Now you over here printing off on this little tiny printer, and you know that it is not enough. I'm trying to figure out what the status is on the Republican Party intervening. I have not figured it out yet. 30 minutes left. What? After you wash. Oh, yes, 30 minutes. They're treating this election like a game show. And that's the thing. Like, are they trying to intervene so that it'll take longer and then the polls will already be closed? or what is going on. Like, I don't know how that works. And where's the feds at? Where are the feds? I don't know where they're at. I'm trying to see if I can find them. Like, maybe they're around here somewhere. Because this right here is crazy. Let me see. Okay, so this is the updated copy. I was getting ready to say, how are you guys writing on a piece of paper? Comes now, Mississippi Republican Party, MSGOP, and files this motion to intervene an emergency appeal requesting the vacating of Hinds County Chancery Court Judge Dwayne Thomas order granting the Democratic Party an injunction extending voting hours throughout Hinds County until 8 p.m. The interest of justice requires intervention of MSGOP and emergency appeal. Alternatively, the MSGOP requests that the injunction is modified to require the ballots of all voters who are not in line at 7 p.m. to be segregated and not counted. Whoa, with ballots of voters in line prior to 7 p.m. We further request that all segregated not be counted at the precinct and be returned. Ain't no way in hell to the circuit court's clerk office in a sealed ballot box. Immediately relief is required to avoid irreparable injury. These folks are trying to get the votes to be separated and placed in a box. You remember when they found all those ballots, uncounted ballots in a box sitting in the corner? They were sitting in a corner, they never got counted. They never got counted. Those votes never were counted. I mean, Mr. Allen, the only question that I have for you when you're saying that this was planned is, does that mean that the particular people that are in positions at the Hinds County election commissioners, are you indicating that these are all Black people, Mr. Allen? So what are you saying? Kadada Brown, Jamal Clark, Yvonne Horton, Ratoya Gilmer McGee, and Shirley Venato. I don't know the race of every last one of these, but just some of these folks are Black. So what does that mean? The results are coming in. Well, what are they saying and why are your eyes like that? Is it bad? What are the results? Oh, Lord. Oh, you guys are on NBC News. Ooh! No, these folks are playing on your top. Don't look at that. First of all, let me tell you something about these folks. They are terrible. I don't even know why they're doing that. I guess it's for fanfare. NBC News, like, they do this for a living. Like, they like to play games when it comes to the reporting of who's winning. So them saying that Branden Presley is in the lead. And Gwendolyn Gray, what are you doing, Gray? We need those 12 votes. Miss Gray. So what Miss Gray did was she conceded, but she didn't concede in enough time to get her name off the ballot. So her name is still on the ballot. What? Yes. This about when we thought Hillary was gonna win. And we were hyped as hell. Ooh, we about to win. Blah 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 blah. And you know what? Okay, so this is the one thing that I do want to say. We know we know where these ballots aren't coming in from, and that's Hinds County. Miss Gray, I'm gonna be looking at you with the side eye. So some of these places that we have to see is the we're hoping that it's one of those situations where everybody was polling wrong, like they did with Hillary. They were so sure, like every poll said that Hillary was winning, every single poll, and then she got hit with the oopsie. So we need that to happen to Tate Reeves tonight. It says the results are from Republican areas. Don't pay any attention to the results. The biggest batch of votes are from Hinds County, which is why, based off of what you're saying, these results are from Republican areas. I would be, as a Mississippian, if these are coming from Republican areas, I would actually be excited to see that he's winning by that margin in Republican areas. So I'm going to go ahead. Lord have mercy. This is scary. Okay, I'm coming. I'm going to try and find out updates on whether or not they're going to allow the separation of votes. That's very telling to say that they want to segregate votes, because what that means is, what they're trying to do is they're going to put all of these ballots in a box in a room, and do you know how many lawsuits are probably going to be filed tomorrow morning? These results are from Jasper County. Let's look at Jasper County. Let's look up Jasper County, Mississippi. So Jasper County, it looks like Jasper County represents 45.5% white, 52.2% black. While it does say that, I thought this was an interesting concept. Households with a computer from 2017 to 2021 was 79.8%. Households with a broadband internet subscription, only 49.9%. I thought that's interesting. So this has to be one of those things where you're going to turn out. I was getting ready to say Jasper County is more black than it is white. Let's see. Jasper County, Mississippi. So there's more black folks in Jasper County than there are white. So Let me see what those numbers look like again. 70% to 27.6. So they don't have internet in Jasper County. So that's what it said on this particular, this is the census. So this is the census.gov. I'm going to go ahead and actually drop the link in the chat if you would like to go ahead and take a look. Heidelberg. Oh, okay. My roommate from college was from Heidelberg, Mississippi. So it is in the country. Heidelberg. But this is the census. And one of the quick facts, when they took the census from 2017 to 2021, only about 49.9% of households had broadband internet subscription. The median household income is $39,992, with roughly 16.7% living in poverty. So being that the median income is $39,992, you have to look at what are the types of things that this particular demographic would benefit from. I don't know about y'all, but I would think that some of the platforms that Presley was running on would probably be more advantageous to those types of households in Jasper County. So basically expansion of Medicaid, which even I could even see, if Presley does win, I could even see him possibly creating some type of Mississippi health exchange, which would lower the cost. It's definitely, when we say the fix is in, after they revealed that roughly $1.4 billion in contracts went out to people who donated directly to Tate Reeves' campaign, like this. So now it's changed drastically. I don't know let's see who's came in. So it looks like Warren County has came in. Let's look up the let's look up Warren County. Warren County, Mississippi. Warren County, Mississippi. So Warren County is 48.7% white and 49.1% black. I'm trying to see what's going on over here, because that is really red and it made him jump significantly. So with Warren County coming in, and that's Vicksburg. Vicksburg. Warren is Vicksburg. That doesn't seem right. They're usually blue, right? Next to Hinds County. It says Presley should have a huge advantage in LaFleur County as well, most of the Delta. Warren red makes no sense. And maybe that's just coming. It says the news are, I You turn it on NBC News, y'all. I got it on. Which one is this? No, that's MSNBC. Let me go to NBC News. This is about the only time that they'll be talking about Mississippi. Well, why y'all over here talking about it? Make sure that y'all talk about make sure that y'all talk about the voter suppression that they're doing here. Gwendolyn. Lord Gwendolyn. Alcorn better be blue. Let's look at all these counties. Okay, I found the counties. Benton. He's Branden Presley has a small lead in Benton. Hinds ain't in yet, Lord. Leake County. They are voting for Tate Reeves, even if they don't have a ride to a hospital. Akatabihe. Hey, how do you pronounce this? Akatabihe. I don't even know what that is. Good Lord. Starkville, Mississippi. Oh, wow. Look, I don't know what's going down in Akatabihe County. Can somebody tell me Okatabihe, how to pronounce that? Yes. Yes. Itabina, Greenwood. So yeah, it should be blue. Akatabiha. Akatabiha County. Come through. Y'all need to get Olivia Pope on the line. Oh, hey Doc, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm watching these. I'm watching your show like it's the play like she said it's the playoffs.
Listen, I'm trying to figure this out. What is going on? Warren County. You said Warren was Vicksburg?
Yeah, Warren is Vicksburg. Tibaha is Starkville. Leake County, that's Forest, Mississippi. No, that's Carthage.
I thought Carthage had a lot of black folk there.
It's a mix.
And then I'm wondering, DeSoto. I mean, Miss Gray, we needed you to not be on that ballot.
Yeah, DeSoto County is that's South Haven.
So what you think about them not having enough ballots?
I think that was
Do you think somebody should be fired or resign based off of that?
Nah, because it has happened and that has happened in a lot of elections where they do run out of ballots, and it's crazy but they should be able to have enough for everybody to come in, no matter if you're Democrat or Republican or Independent.
All right, let's see if we can get.
But yeah, it's early, so most of these polling places are closing, or they close, or they start, they starting their count. So
I mean, basically, the thing is that they're trying to not get Hinds County could really be the deciding factor.
no, Hinds is going to be the. I think Hinds County is going to be the deciding factor, because I think all of the majority of the Delta is going to be is Democrat. Um, you got the places like Louisville, uh, Columbus, Starkville, um, Meridian. They're
Yeah.
more on the Republican side.
It says, hearing that despite the judge's orders, some precincts in Hinds County shut down at 7. Wow. If your precinct shut down despite the judge's order, let us know. We're at the Wildwood Baptist Precinct, long lines, poll workers apologetic, offering water, and assuring us those in line by 8 will vote. So the problem that I have with this is if I find out that the people that are either over these polling places are Black, I'm going to have a problem with it. I already have kind of like a problem with the fact that the majority of the people that are over the Hinds Election Commission are Black. And yet, how? Like, how do you drop the ball of this magnitude? And now you have a situation where they might be letting everybody vote and then taking your vote and putting it in a box. And then they're going to have to battle it out until either one of the governors. We know Tate Reeves is not going to concede, and he's going to say that it's he's going to be like Donald Trump. Right now, he's winging.
I think both of them are not going to concede.
Well, Benton is very close. It's so close. It's so close that right now, I mean, it's only 446 and 431 votes, but Gwendolyn Gray is basically taking away the 2.8% vote that would have put Presley over the top in that particular county.
That's what happens when you have independents running, because they
like, I don't know.
It's not even taken away from just Presley. It's taken away from Reeves too. So it's pretty much.
I don't think anybody that was going for Reeves were going to go for a Black woman named Gray. Not the Black woman. But I guess Jasper County is still holding pretty steady at 56.4% for Presley. When we talk about voter suppression, I wanted to add that, like, not being able to vote or having a thing where you have to get stopped to get your license plate checked and your driver's license, even if you are a person that your tags are good and your license are good, as a Black voter, you do not want to be stopped by the police. Octibaha. How do you say it? Octibaha. Octibaha. Can you pronounce that? I cannot pronounce that. I made it to the voting precinct at JSU in time, so I know mine gonna be counted. All right. If Presley wins by a large margin, it's going to be hard for Tate not to concede. So what Governor Tate is trying to do is let everybody vote that voted after 7:00, but let's put those votes separate from the ones that were voting before 7. Let's separate those votes and put them in a sealed ballot box. So the reason why he wants it in a sealed ballot box is because then they're going to have lawsuits. And those lawsuits will try to basically withhold those ballots from being counted. They ran out of I voted stickers in Jackson. Octibaha. Somebody needs to come up over here and pronounce it for me. Is that a Native American word? We need at least 51%. And we do. So we got some ground to make up.
That is a Native American.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
And for all of these, for us to be like on all of these different various sites, I don't see none of them talking about us running out of ballots. I don't feel like Presley used the fact that he's Elvis Presley's cousin to his advantage enough. I would have been playing "You Ain't Nothing But a Hound Dog" on every single.
I think he wanted to run, even though that's his. He has that last name. I think he wanted to run on his own merit and not use the fame of his dead cousin.
Rural white folks who are it's really hard to overcome that stigma. So only 4% of the votes are in. So we have a long way to go.
Yeah, the race is not gonna be. It's not gonna. It probably gonna go well until like midnight.
Well, I ain't gonna be on here till midnight. I'll come back on again after I put my son to sleep. We know Elvis used to steal from black folks. Tate Reeves stealing from black folks now. I still would have been like, you ain't nothing but a hound dog. Mm-mm. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. That's Reeves.
But the thing about that is, see, he's stealing from poor black folks, but shit, he also stealing from his own people, poor white folks, and they are so oblivious to the whole fact.
Oh yeah.
And if I'm one of those folks right there, man, I mean, because people gonna vote for their own interest, and they're gonna vote for on the color line too. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you gotta drive 2.5, 3 hours away to get to the hospital because the hospital in your county or your town is closed down.
We need some folks that don't. We need for the folks that don't got jobs to be at the Capitol downtown tomorrow protesting. So professors, you guys need to let your students get out of class so they can protest.
Oh yeah, shout out to Coach Tamika Reeves for moving the game that was supposed to be for today, moving it tomorrow, so her players and everybody can go out there and vote.
Yeah.
That was gangster of her right there.
I would have been playing every song I could think of. I mean, this is my thing. Why was that lady over there printing them ballots on that small printer? She was wrong for that, because ain't no way you printing out 30,000 ballots off of there. There's no way. And I'm not even trying to clown the lady. She was just
But
doing her
it's reasonable.
But look at this little bitty printer.
I just try to get them ballots.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, they wrong for that.
Yep. I just try to get them ballots.
So it basically printed out four ballots in 16 seconds. So
You got to use what you have. So one of them situations, like,
so that's roughly, it's about 13 ballots per minute. That's only 780. 780 ballots printed in an hour.
which is nearly not enough right there.
What you 780 in an hour, and they over here talking about some girl, if you don't take that shit to Kinko's and FedEx and tell them you need 5,000 sheets.
I would have been just like that. Say, player. Say.
She should have took it straight to FedEx, Kinko's, straight to Office Depot. What's
Office
another one
Max.
where you can print it at? Office Max, the library. I need all hands on deck because we need about 20,000 more ballots. There's no way.
That's crazy, y'all. It's not just with voter suppression, voter opposition. It's not just in the state of Mississippi. Hell, it happens here in Texas. You know how many times, I'm gonna be honest with you. You know how many times I prayed to God that somebody just push Governor Hot Wheels over a cliff or something like that. Like, I pray to God, like, let's get this man out of office. But
Dang, that's messed up. We only got one FedEx in Jackson, one on Ship Center in Jackson. I was looking for a print center. She should have ran right on down to 226 East Capitol Street and said, I need 5,000 ballots in an hour. Where I voted, they had paper and electronic ballots. So 3 more minutes. And the fact that they didn't extend it till 9 p.m. is very concerning. But
that's what I would have said. Yeah.
I don't even understand why they were only asking for an hour. Why wouldn't you out the gate ask for 3 hours? Like, what is the purpose of that?
Like playing chess.
Uh-oh! Ding, 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 ding. Breaking news. Actually, it's not breaking because it happened 22 minutes ago, but breaking. Hinds County Special Circuit Judge Jess Dickinson has ordered specific Hinds County precincts to remain open until 9 p.m. because of the ballot shortage. Old Byram City Hall, Northside Baptist Church in Clinton, Raymond United Methodist Church, and Clinton 2, Willwood Baptist Church. If you know of somebody, or I'm getting ready to drop this, everybody needs to retweet this. If you know somebody or you have family, Miss Mary
Oh.
said that's not in my job description. So that is a plus. It is therefore ordered that the requested relief is granted in part and denied as part as follows. Let's see. It says, at all elections, the polls shall be open promptly at 7 a.m. and be kept open until the last qualified voter who was standing in line at the polling place at 7 p.m. has cast his or her ballot, or 7 p.m., whichever is later. Okay, so it says, it is therefore ordered that the requested relief is granted in part and denied in part. So we need to figure out what part is denied.
Is that on the Clarion Ledger, or is that on
Okay.
Is that on...
I'm trying to see which ones, what has been denied in part. This dumb lady's gonna talk about they shouldn't have waited so late in the day to vote. You obviously are slow. You obviously are slow. Folks went after they got off work during their lunch breaks to long lines, and the ballots ran out. Sorry, y'all. Ooh, I did not mean to do that on my live, y'all.
Though, Simona, when I was store manager and a couple of my jobs, when it was like general election or statewide or local wide, doesn't matter what type of election it was, I would schedule everybody to come in like around the later afternoon, because I wanted them to go out there and vote. I was that conscious about it. You know what I'm saying? I would be that conscious about it to have everybody go out there and vote. Like I used to schedule myself to come in at like in the evening time, in the afternoon. And as soon as I come in, I used to tell my assistants, hey, y'all go vote. You know, go out there and vote. It just makes sure you get the word, you know, you vote and you get the word out. So I used to do that, and every job, like I said, every job I've been at when I was managing, all my employees went to go vote.
And that's important. But a lot of these folks, they probably, their person probably told them you need to go during your lunch break.
And I agree with Miss Luckett. You know, if that's the case, everybody, election day should be a holiday to where everybody just be off and go vote.
Thank you, Miss Luckett. And you know what? At my school, there was some students that were basically trying to entice the school to let students have a day of voting. Have a day where you are literally voting. Let's go ahead. This is some really big news, though, that the Hinds County Special Circuit Court Judge Jess Dickinson has ordered specific Hinds County precincts to remain open until 9 p.m. because of the ballot shortage. So if you are getting off work, and what I'm guessing is, I think, Mr. McGinnis says, my wife is one of the people who worked to get the extension because the shortage is on the election commissioners of those districts.
Yep. It's on it. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn. Thank you so much. I appreciate your donation. Thank you so much. I got my wine. Mr. McGinnis, if you're still on, what do you think could have prevented this? What do you think could have prevented this? I think, like Doc said, like the employers being conscious that the importance of voting. the importance of voting. So, like you said, you were scheduling people a little bit later. Because if you think about it, when we only have an hour lunch, or there's some people who only have 30-minute lunch.
Minutes. Yep.
So this morning when I went to go vote, I dropped Braxton off, and then I tried to go to the bank, but the bank didn't open till 9. So I went to my precinct, which it's always, there's never a line at my precinct. It's never a line.
Where is it at? Like a church or something?
No, it's at a administrative office, like an administrative office for all of the city parks and stuff like that.
Charlotte, right?
No, High Point. In North Carolina, though.
Oh, okay.
And I went in. Why? Okay, so your state elections are very important, but also your local elections are important.
Yep.
But sometimes, see, Mississippi is a partisan election, so folks won't even know who the candidate is. It'll just say Republican or Democrat. And so if you're a Republican, then you just vote all Republican, or if you're a Democrat, you just vote all Democrat. And that's sometimes how people slip into the cracks, like that one lady who was a Jackson State alum. She might have been an independent, but for her.
Oh, you're talking about Miss
Cockerham?
Cockerham. Yeah, but she's a Democratic, but she had so many independent. She was conservative, but she was a Democrat, but she claimed herself as an independent. And the crazy thing about it is her switching over from Democrat to Republican. If you're that conservative and you just don't want to be tied to actual just either party. You could say I have somewhat conservative values, but then I also, I also have beliefs in other things. So, that, it's crazy that she's flipped, but what it is, and sometimes people. I'm not saying like her, but most times politicians like that try to get in bed with the person, with the candidate they think has the actually win the whole thing, or just let's just say like get in bed with Tate Reeves, quote unquote. If he gets reelected, he'll that they'll have a benefit from him. Which is after that, once you follow them, they really don't care.
Y'all about to give me a heart palpitation, okay? A heart palpitation.
When you're looking at this map, and I'm looking at the map with you.
Are these
red? They're rural.
So when they're rural, that means there's not that many. So the main keys that we're looking at is Hinds County, Rankin County, which didn't he lose Rankin last year? Not last year. His last election, didn't he lose Rankin?
Rankin County to Jim Hood.
I don't know. I think, like you guys said, it's going to all come down to.
Because Hinds is the biggest county because it has the most people as far as population. But then you also gotta take into account that you still have those towns and cities on the coast. Like, let's see, your Gulfports, your Pass Christians, Pascagoula's, got those Bay St. Louis. You got those towns and cities on the coast that you still gonna have to wait for too.
Pull up the map for Hood Reeves. Okay, let me see if I can find the Hood Reeves map to see how it was. Okay, let's see what it looked like.
Hood should have won the election last year. I mean, last time when they had the general election, he should have won it.
Good Lord, it was close. It was literally 48,000 that was needed. No. Tate is winning Alcorn so far, but it's early. The biggest counties and heavy Black populations will come in late. And I think that's why. And Mr. McGinnis said the election commissioners didn't order enough ballots. This is not the first time some of them messed up. So, Mr. McGinnis, do you think that these mess ups are intentional? Because now we have a situation where it says state statute requires the county must have enough ballots for 60% of precinct voters. What is the problem with ordering 100,000 ballots? Like, what is the issue? It's not like you're going to have to incur the cost. There's not a situation where you would incur the cost for that. Tate better not win Alcorn or Valley.
No, he's not gonna win. He's not gonna win. He's not gonna win Valley because that's a Delta. LaFleur County is it's in the Delta, so he's not gonna win that. That's pretty much almost 80, almost close to 90% Black up there.
Chickasaw County. Chickasaw. Where's Chickasaw at? Clay County. So Jim Hood won. I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. He won pretty handedly there in 2019. So it's kind of matching what it was last year. Slow down, Braxton.
So he won Oktibbeha County.
Oktibbeha, yes, 56.6%. And if we look at I'm sorry, y'all, my son is eating yogurt. If you can hear him breathing like he already had pizza tonight. I ain't been starving my baby. I bet those white counties never had problems with those ballots. It says Branden Presley wins Humphrey County by 51.4%. Jim Hood won it by 48.3%. Uh-oh. So what we're looking at here is Is that me? Oh, yeah, that's me. Sorry, y'all. Okay. Let me see. Why on earth would they not order enough ballots? They definitely should have ordered at least 100,000 ballots. It says 860,000 people voted in 2019 governor election. Let's see how many people voted in Jackson. Hinds County. Wow. I think we are going to have record voting. In 2019, first of all, Jim Hood had 55,403 votes. I'm thinking that it might be close to 70 to 80,000 for Branden Presley, which could be the determining factor. If you have each of these little counties over here that Jim Hood did really well in, if Branden Presley can do well in all of these, but exceed it, he should be able to keep it close. So let's look at LaFleur County.
So look at LaFleur County, Sunflower, Washington County.
You said Washington County?
That's Greenville. Sunflower, that
so LaFleur's not in yet.
Okay.
Which one you said? Sunflower not in yet.
Washington County
not in yet. All the black. So that's good, you guys. So the ones that were really heavy for Jim Hood in 2019, they are not in yet. Let's look at Wilkinson County. Wilkinson County right now, it's 66.2% and 29.8% for Tate Reeves. Let's look in 2019. I don't even know what is. Oh, okay. In 2019, it looks like Wilkinson County 66% for Jim Hood, 30% for Tate Reeves. So what we want to see is not just in Jackson, but statewide, we want to see an increase in the amount of voters that are voting in these different counties. They're going to be the ones that make a difference. I'm okay. How you doing, Mr. McGinnis? The floor is yours.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right, I can only stay on for a second, but the places, particularly in Clinton and Hinds County, where you're seeing the problems with the ballot, this goes back to, interesting enough, it goes back to the Brett Favre scandal, and some of that PPE loan and all of that. Well, what happened was one of the best election commissioners, Tony Johnson, got caught up in that scandal. And that's why they wanted to get her out of there, because when she was on the Hinds County Election Commission, you didn't have these kind of problems. Now, true enough, she did do what she said they did, but the problem is that's why they wanted in those areas, for instance, where I voted in Clinton, they ran out of ballots. It's just that I vote at 7 in the morning. I never vote after 7:30. So when I went to vote, it was not as heavy as it usually was. But again, my wife is a political map maker, and so she works all day. She got the call that there were 3 areas in Clinton, and it was mostly where a lot of the black people vote in Clinton. But Hinds County is majority black. Tony Johnson was essentially the main election commissioner, and she was excellent. She just got caught up in a sting. And ever since she got caught up, the election commission has not been the same. This was not the last election. The problem wasn't that they didn't have enough ballots. The last election, they didn't send enough voter rolls. So for instance, when I went to go vote, and the voting rolls is interesting because what people think you have a Democratic table and you have a Republican table. There's no such thing as a Democrat voter roll and a Republican voter roll. At both tables, they have the same people in each book. It's just that they mark you off that you voted in the Republican primary rather than voting in the Democratic primary, so that you can't switch over. But everybody, so what they were able to do was that although they only had one voter roll, one book, the Democrats and Republicans where I vote had to share that book to check off everybody's name. Stuff like that didn't happen before Tony Johnson got caught up. And so that was one of those where I knew back then when she got caught up in that scandal that people like, oh, that just her, that makes her look bad. The problem is that now you see the real ramification that sometimes people get caught up in stuff, but they also, in their job, she was good at her job. And her job was being an election commission, running good elections. She knew how to run good elections. And now in Hinds County, you're seeing part of this is because you've lost a person who knows how to run elections.
So, OG, I got a question.
Go ahead.
Hey, so, I'm here in Texas, and when I was living in not South Dallas, but I live in this little town called Corsa County, which is like 45 minutes south of Dallas.
Hello?
I guess his phone kind of.
Okay. I'll wait for him to come back on.
But so a question that I have is why is there not going to be any type of repercussions for this oversight? Like this has implications to the point where they might fight to have they're going to allow you to go ahead and vote, but the Republican Party is fighting to actually exclude these ballots and put them in a box.
Right.
And this has the implication of possibly keeping us from winning, because you're going to have to go to court now to get those cleared.
Yep.
And it might have to go all the way to the Supreme Court. Like that's how bad this is.
And the Republican Party is going to argue it's not their fault that y'all didn't do y'all job. That's going to be their argument. I mean, because essentially this is on not having enough ballots. That's the job of the election commission. Like the election commission runs elections. So when a lot of people don't know what election commissioners do. They see that name, they vote for their friend, they vote for their church member. Now everybody gets to see why you shouldn't take election commissioners lightly, and that is not just somebody at your church you want to give a job to do something.
Right.
So yeah, so again, my wife, she works for a group called One Voice, and they do a lot of things around voting. She works election protection every day. I mean, every year, every vote, she works election protection. So she's from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. All she does on election day is take phone calls and go around and put out fires. And this was one of the fires she was trying to put out. But essentially, this is on election commissions. This is not on Republican Party. This is not on shenanigans by them. Essentially, the election commissioners did not get enough ballots. And what they did was, here's what I said I'm guessing they did. They simply looked at how people voted and ordered based on that.
I mean, it was such a low turnout in 2019. I could definitely see why that would be, because it looks like in 2019 in Hinds County, they didn't even clear 70,000.
Right.
So, but even so, it was mostly Democratic. So why would you not go ahead and order 100,000 ballots?
Because you don't have election commissioners like Tony Johnson, who was working with all the people who were doing election protection. See, Tony Johnson was really good. She got caught up. I mean, I can't no two ways about it, but she knew she did her job, but she just got caught up. And this is one of the places where you had a person who did their job, who got caught up. And now you're seeing that it looks like the election commissioners are not doing a good job running the elections in Hinds County.
I mean, this is a misstep of epic proportions, Mr. McGinnis.
Well, Unstoppable 25, the reason is because the person that I'm telling you, Tony Johnson, who got caught up in the scandal, and she was the person who handled that point. And then once you lose that person, you basically have a lot of people who are not really as efficient at running elections as she was. So again, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Why they don't have these on computers?
That's a philosophy. That's a philosophy where some people like paper ballots, some people like computers. What has been shown is that it's difficult to manipulate both of them, and the margin of error between both, as far as manipulation, not that different. So the decision is often on, well, which one is safer? Which one can't be manipulated? And the truth of the matter is, whether you're using paper or whether you're using electronic, because even the paper ballots are counted electronically. Like those of you, if you vote where you use paper ballots, you have to slide your paper ballot into an election counter.
I actually just, I don't even know why I said that. Today when I voted with the paper ballot, and
you slid it,
and I slid it. I did slide it into a machine, and then the machine read it.
Right. But there's actually, if you look at all the studies, there's actually, as far as manipulation, breakdown, discrepancies, the margin of error between electronic and paper ballot are basically marginal. So when people say that electronic is actually safe, and the reason we know electronic is safer than, is not that much safer than paper ballot, because I want to say, somebody correct me, whether it's, I think it's Nevada, it's one state that they actually have mail-in voting. Like their whole voting is mail-in.
Oh, wow. Somebody on here said that they have 56,000 absentee ballots that have to also be counted.
I wouldn't dispute that number, especially based on, with what's happening. So yeah, so I mean, I wouldn't dispute that number.
Which that's amazing to me.
Well, it's not in that. A lot of times, that's not just on election commissions. Let's be clear. Okay, so let me ask you this question. Do you know why Republicans started using or got on the voter ID bandwagon? Do you know why they became so gung-ho about that?
Voter suppression?
Yes, but do you know specifically why?
No.
Here's a trend. African Americans who move but don't move out of state, let's say you move across the city, you move across the county, we tend to not change where we vote. So somebody who they grew up in West Jackson and moved to North Jackson, they will continue to vote in West Jackson where their mama lives.
Right.
And so that's why they got on voter ID as a way to, because we just traditionally wouldn't change what we voted. And making people use voter ID would capture that. That's why it didn't have anything to do with what, and I guess technically that is fraud. I mean, if you want to say you're not voting where you live, but that's why they started doing it. It was because we just traditionally vote where our mama live. And when we go to college, we are less likely to vote in college than, say, white college students. So even though you will have a high number of Jackson State students who may vote at Jackson State, traditionally more white students will vote at college than African American students. On the last number. So again, and that was one of those things where people were, well, what's the big deal? I'm still voting. And then technically you are. But once they were able to recognize that trend, that's why they hopped on the voter ID. And then, of course,
I was surprised that I had to show my ID today when voting. I mean, I have my ID. And I'm in North Carolina. In North Carolina, they were actually giving people free IDs. All you had to do is go to the driver's license place. If you needed a replacement ID, they would give you one. But there's still a disproportionate amount of people that don't have IDs.
Right.
You don't have your documentation,
exactly,
which is a certificate and a Social Security card. You need all of those things, and you need something for the real ID. You need something with your mailing address on it. There's a lot of factors that go into it.
Exactly.
So, I was surprised that I needed it. I mean, I did have it, but it was interesting, that they were doing that. But now that you've explained to us the reasons why they have decided to do that, now it makes sense.
Right. And also, it's a good comment. It says that if you vote outside your precinct, you must be provided a provisional ballot. That's only if you're indicating that you're voting outside your precinct. What a lot of black people were doing were they were simply voting in a mama's district like they still live there. So it's different if it's clear you're voting outside your precinct, but if it's not clear that you're voting outside your precinct, and they knew that they knew that a lot of I don't know, I say a lot of African, but a good number of African Americans were not voting where they live. Let's put it that way.
Right.
I can say that because I live in Irving, and if I'm going to go vote, I go all the way to southwest Oak Cliff to go cast my ballot.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So so that's why they that's why it became, and then everything that you mentioned, right? People who don't have IDs, people who are worried about if you're on papers, some kind of papers, you're on some kind of what is it, parole or something like that. That makes people generally nervous, and those were the other factors of it. But that's really what it was about, and yeah. So I was going to give a little anecdote, but it's not. I remember when I first moved to Clinton, I changed my ID. In fact, I changed my ID a week before I actually moved to Clinton. And I'll tell you why that was important, because I was leaving Clinton. I had a college friend who's back in Jackson, and he came out to visit me, and I was taking him home late one night, and I was going down Northside Drive. I was leaving Clinton, going down Northside Drive because his family still lived in Presidential Hills. And I'd only been in my house in a week, and a Clinton police officer stopped me. And he said, "Man, you just moved out here. You got your Jackson license." I said, "No, I'd actually had my license." So it was just interesting that me doing this work, so that when he stopped me, and he asked me for my license, I had Clinton license, right? Had I not changed my license, say a week before I moved to Clinton, and I'm on Northside Drive at 1, 2 in the morning taking my friend home, and it's a Clinton police officer, and I got Jackson license, it might would have been a different kind of situation. It shouldn't have been, but then, right. but that's why when you move, you need to change your ID when you move.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to jump on and say that's for the problems in Hinds County. That's an election commissioner problem. That's what and the problem is that those election commissioners were elected by the people in Hinds County. So they're going to argue that you voted these people in office. You voted these NL people in office.
Before you get off, Mr. McGinnis, what are your thoughts on the Capitol Police being at Jackson State the day before the election?
My wife was also a part of getting the who was it? The not the Legal Defense Fund, not the
Mississippi Votes, MS Votes.
No, it was they basically, it wasn't the Legal Defense Fund. But they essentially got the Department of Justice to contact Capitol Police and said, "Y'all need to cease and desist this moment." But yeah, it was obviously an intimidation tactic. And luckily my wife works in Mega Everett's old office. So she works across the street from Jackson State. That's technically the NAACP office and also One Voice. So they were alerted to it because it was across the street from them. And they contacted, and I can't just remember what league of attorneys that they contacted, and they got the DOJ, and then the DOJ called the governor's office, the Capitol Police said cease and desist at this moment. But yeah, it was an intimidation. To the statement about the Chicago, when they put that back up about the polls stay open.
Chicago.
Yeah, they stay open everywhere. They that's how they were able to actually file the complaint and get the order, was because as long as they had people standing in line, they could make additional copies. That's how they got the order. The judge signed the order because there were people standing in line. So yeah, that's everywhere. The polls do not close until the last person that's in line. So you don't even have to be in the building. if you are in line, so if your line stretches outside the building, round the corner, up the hill, round the curve, down the pipe, as long as you standing in that line by 7 o'clock, you get the vote. And that's why they were able to get the order from the judge, because they were able to show that we have people in line to vote. We just don't have ballots.
Right.
Now, of course, Republicans are going to want to know when will those ballots cast. They're going to bring out the whole election fraud. You have to get ready. All of that is, if it's close or if Reeves loses, they're going to challenge all of those ballots. Like I can tell you now, that's the play. They're already making a play to challenge all those ballots. And again, coming back to, that's why you can't take anything on a ballot lightly. And so this should be a lesson to all of us to make sure that we know who our election commissioners are and that we don't vote for an election commissioner just because they are our church member or somebody we know in the community we just want to give a job to.
This is absolutely ridiculous that they're showing footage of Willwood Baptist Church,
Mm-hmm.
and the line is down the road, but when they're refilling the ballots, they're only bringing 100 at a time.
Yep.
This needed to had a court order for them to open up FedEx Kinko.
Oh, they couldn't. I mean, you can't do that. You can't.
You can't print it in. Have you seen that small printer she's printing off of?
I mean, look, you got you can't. You getting into now. You getting into. Oh yeah, somebody want to know, Doc. What was your question? Somebody want to know before you got cut off. You had a question.
Oh no. So, like I said, my question was, so when I was living in Corsicana, which is south of Dallas, it's 45 minutes south of Dallas. This before I moved back home to Dallas. My ballot read, Democrat, Republican, the people that was running for the office and everything. Mm-hmm. And on one part of my ballot, it was like Republican, nothing else. Like, and I know, and I kind of figured like, well, they running unopposed. And I was just trying to figure out, like, do I have to vote for these folks? Can I just leave that blank?
Oh yeah, no, you don't have to. No, you don't have to vote for anybody. Like if there are 12 people, let's say there are 12 items on the ballot. Mm-hmm. You can vote for just one. Now, what will happen is when you leave one blank, like you take a paper ballot, you vote, and then you slide it into the machine, Doc. You know how you do that process?
Yeah. The
machine is going to tell you that you left something blank. What you will then do is tell them, the person working on those, there's something they'll do, and they'll let the machine know that, no, okay, you're good. In fact, I actually did I did a write-in today because there was a Republican running, and there was nobody. He was running opposed. The Republican was running opposed, so you can do a write-in. So I voted in the write-in, and what I wrote was Prince Rogers Nelson. So that's So yeah. So I mean, yeah. So you don't have to. I have actually for somebody, and I don't know why I did that because I normally wouldn't do that. I have no idea why I did that today. But like normally, if it's somebody running opposed, and I don't want to cast a vote for that person, I just leave it blank. And when you will slide it in, and the machine will say you didn't vote for everything, and then you'll slide it again, and they'll click the little thing, and you'll cast it. Yeah, so no, that's a good question, Doc, because a lot of times people think they have, and that's important too, not to cast a vote for somebody, because even if somebody's running unopposed, if they run unopposed and they only get 12-15% of the vote, that's a signal to somebody who could run against them next time to say, hey, this person is only winning because they ran unopposed.
Right.
So so that's a good thing. If someone's running unopposed, they're going to win anyway. Don't vote for them. You're not voting for them sends a message that somebody should run against them the next time.
That line is wrapped. And you see the amount of elderly folks. There's a lady with her kids. They got it looked like they might got twins.
I can tell y'all now, all them votes right there, all those votes are going to be challenged in court. Just let you know now.
Ain't no way I'm finna stand in line for 10 hours. If
So
I, this was at,
You gonna
this
get the
was
vote.
at
Don't get me
8:30.
wrong. You gonna get the vote. You are going to get the vote.
yeah, they gonna challenge it.
But if this, look, let me give you, and I get off on it. Let me give you a quick. So you got Montgomery County and you got the city of Grenada. Okay, this was years ago. This was mid to late 90s. Montgomery County. So Montgomery County is majority black. The city of Grenada, majority white. What was happening in the school board elections? The white people were voting twice in the school board elections. They would vote in Grenada. Then they would get in their car and drive out to Montgomery County and vote in Montgomery County. That's illegal because they were voting out of district. But what they were doing was the white people who lived in Grenada were driving out to Montgomery County, voting in the Montgomery County elections, and then choosing the superintendent for Montgomery County, and then that white person that they chose would then funnel the Montgomery County money into Grenada. We actually working with a group called Southern Echo, and I wasn't officially working with them. I was just doing some writing with them. They filed a lawsuit, and they had to have new elections. I actually worked with the group. All I did that day when they had the new elections to overthrow the old elections, all I did all day was stand at the election polls and challenge every white person that came to vote. Because that was happening. It was white people leaving Grenada, going to Montgomery County. Oh, there was some man. In fact, they went and got the sheriff. The sheriff came out there. The sheriff threatened to arrest me and the other people who were doing the work. And we were like, this. We showed them the lawsuit and everything. And they said, well, they only challenging the white people. I said, because it was only the white people who was voting out of district. And we challenged every white person that was voting in Montgomery County. We had them put those ballots in a little box to be counted later. I'm trying to remember the number, but the number of ballots that we took out, that we were able to show that they shouldn't be voting, the person who ran, let's say we ended up challenging 50 ballots. The person who won by 25 votes. So we knocked out 50 illegal. We knocked out 50 illegal ballots just by going. So yeah. So get ready. All of this is gonna be challenged. So if it goes late into the night, and that's why it's important to know.
This was an hour ago that this took place. This was around 8:37. But you see, this lady she's got a stroller, a double stroller at that. I don't know where the kids are, but you know how kids are. They get antsy unless they went and fell asleep. I don't even know where the kids is at. She got her stroller. And then you got the older lady. She looks like she needs a chair. Somebody needs to take her a chair so she could sit down. She has her little cane or whatever, and then you got the another older gentleman he looks like he's sleeping. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. Just give me a chair. All I need is a chair. I'll go ahead and sit, but I need a chair. I think that's at least 100 to 100 votes, maybe.
So look here, I'm gonna leave y'all with this, right? I'm gonna leave y'all with this. Understand, because knowledge and getting the knowledge of people is important. What happened in Hinds County was not a Republican shenanigans. It was because of election commissioners messing up.
Right.
Number two, because of that, these votes should count, but the Republican Party will be well within their rights to challenge. And so you have to be able to disseminate all that information so that when you're disseminating the correct information, people will then have more trust in the process and bring people back to the process. So that's why I wanted to jump on and just let you guys know what was happening. And I want to say one last thing. And I'm saying this to you, Sister SheLovesThee, and to you, Doc, and all the people. one of the problems with election commissioners, this is not all of them, but most times people who are election commissioners are 50 and older. We need more young people to start shadowing election commissioners. If we really need to start having people become election commissioners in their late 20s. Because usually election commissioners, people, they just tend to be in their 50s. And that's why Tony Johnson was so good, because she was a young sister doing the work. And that's why so many of us were so upset when she got caught up in that stuff, because we understood you ain't just hurting yourself, sister. You one of the best election commissioners we got, and now look what's happening.
So I got a question. So tell people how Mississippi the elections for Mississippi, how they get the governor and everything in, like basically the governor. Because I heard it is ran like almost the electoral college for the United States. So how does that go about?
No. We don't have an electoral college for states.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one person, one vote.
One person, one vote.
Yeah, and also just so you guys know, I'm glad you mentioned that though, because it made me think about something else. The reason this hurts, the reason what's happening in Hinds County hurts, is because the only path for Presley to win, and I do mean the only path for Presley to win, he needs about 10 to 15% of the white vote. He is not going to win without at least 10 to 15% of the white vote. That is what a super majority of the white Republicans have.
So he has to get majority white vote in the coastal counties.
No, not the majority white vote. He needs to get the majority black vote plus 10 to 20% of the white vote.
Okay.
Yeah. He doesn't have a snowball's chance with about 10 to 15. And I really want to play with 20. But he needs about 10 to 15% of the white vote.
Well, right now he's Tate Reeves is about 51,000 ahead.
Yeah.
So, like I said, this was a huge mistake. I would need to see heads rolling. I'm sorry. I would need to see somebody.
Well, no. Heads don't roll. The way heads roll with election commission is you vote in new election commissioners.
Oh, they don't resign?
No. And okay, I was gonna hold it. And here's the funny part. Want to know the funny part? Well, it's sad, but it's funny. One of the election commissioners who messed up is actually running for re-election right now. So, take that for what it's worth.
Wow.
So, but yeah, so what you have to really look at is, I see you guys, comparing those Jim Hood numbers. What you're looking at is to see is how much of the problem is that white people in Mississippi are about a 90 to 95% Republican vote.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it is. There are 90 to 95% numbers vote. And what we have to look at is how much of that black vote in the Delta is going to come through. So you have to start looking at that Benny Thompson district. You're looking to see that black vote in the Benny Thompson district all up and through the Delta. Hinds County.
Which one is that?
Benny Thompson, he from Greenville, ain't he?
Well, no. You see most of that was gray. Most of that was still gray.
All this right here.
Yeah, that's gonna be the bulk of Benny Thompson's.
Humphreys County's looking real good for Boulevard.
Yeah, see, all that's gray. All that gray area, most of that gray area is going to be Thompson's district.
Oh, okay. Well, did Thompson run with him? See, this is my only thing, which I know you getting ready to get up off atmosphere. But I was thinking that Presley was going way too hard for these black folks. Black folks should have, with default, been voting for Presley just because of the way that the Tate Reeves.
I think Presley. He did what he could because remember he had the big campaign that they ran with the 3 Republicans supporting him. Yes, he had the big campaign with the 3 Republicans supporting him. The only problem is Reeves them countered by basically saying they
Donald
not
Trump Jr.
Huh?
Donald Trump Jr. was running with him.
Yeah. But also what the Republicans what Tater Tot them did was they basically said that the 3 Republicans who were running with Presley weren't actually quote real Republicans, and they were showing their record of how they voted with Biden and other things. So, but I mean, Presley did I think as good of a job as you could going after the Republican vote. I mean, it's just in order for right now, you have to understand the white population is still about 65% white. The Mississippi population, they just still have a supermajority.
Right.
And so it's almost impossible for a black person to win a statewide election in Mississippi because you just don't have the black numbers.
Yeah,
and
my uncle ran. Yeah, my uncle ran for the state senate some years back from Lincoln County.
Where was he mayor at?
Nettleton.
They said that it's red where he ran, where he's mayor at. I don't know where that's at.
No. So, like I said, what you guys are gonna be watching is what if I were you, pull up on another screen, pull up Benny's district so you can get a clear idea of where Benny's district is, and then that way you will know. But it's really mostly those gray areas up in the Delta area, right? Everything is not red. So most of that gray area, that's all what's left is it's going to come down to how well the black the black vote comes out in Benny's area. And of course that includes Hinds County. And again, if he can siphon off, there's still a couple of red counties that you're holding out hope that Presley can get some of those votes there.
Like Rankin. Rankin is really red, which right. I thought he lost in Rankin County in 2019.
I would have been surprised if he had. I'd have to go back and look at those numbers. So I'm going to look. Great job. I appreciate you guys doing this. Again, like I said, my wife won't get home to probably midnight trying to put out these fires. And I mentioned that show your poll workers some love. Find out who the poll workers are in your community and show the poll workers and the people who do election protection. That's also something else that people can do. Find out who does local election protection in your area, right? See, like down there where you're showing, that's what Presley's going to have to do. He's going to have to be able to be blue in the middle of some red states. That's what he's going to have to be able to do.
That's Hattiesburg right there.
Yeah. The problem is, look how little,
We'll have to get Forest, Jones, some other counties down that way.
Yeah. Well, Jones is going to be difficult. And Jones shouldn't be difficult, by the way. That upsets me about Jones County and Laurel. Jones County and Laurel shouldn't be as difficult as it is, but there's some other things that play down there in Jones County and Laurel. So,
got Lawrence County. That's Monticello right there. You got Lincoln, Copiah. Shoot, you got a couple of counties. Fayette County. That's Natchez. Gonna have to look at that. Pike County. You gotta turn Pike County some form of Pike County blue.
Pike is blue right now.
It's blue right now?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Pike is blue. 31% reporting, and he's leading 53.2 to 44.3.
Yeah.
I would say too. Look at
Wilkerson County is really blue, and it's 80.4% in, and he's winning that.
Yeah.
Look at the city, the county seats. Oh, look at the county seats and see where they go. Like, my bad, Adams County. Yeah, Natchez is Adams County. My bad. Claiborne,
Lynn Fitch won handedly. Well, I mean,
that was a no-brainer.
Who was that?
Lynn Finch. That was, and I know. Well, anyway, I'm never gonna tell anybody what they should or shouldn't do. I always thought it was a bad idea for Hood to run for governor. I mean, the tea leaves. There was nothing in the tea leaves that said that Hood was going to win governor, but he was going to continue to be the DA. So that was a misstep. That was a major misstep with Jim Hood running for governor.
Boulevard is 72.9%. Presley's doing really well there.
Bolivar, yeah.
Bolivar.
That's up in the Delta.
Clay County.
Yeah, Cahokia. Those are all. A lot of those are Delta.
This is 95% in Coahoma County. He's winning.
That's my old county, Clarksdale, Mississippi. Stand up. There you go. That's right.
What is it? OG
Clarksdale, Mississippi, home of the blues. Stand up. And by the way, it's the proper Native American name is Coahoma. That's right.
Coahoma. There's
right.
so many Native American names. Coahoma. Okay, so then you can go ahead and do Octavia.
Octibaha. Octibaha, Noxubee, Panola. Those are all Native American words.
Octibaha, Noxubee, Panola. That's how you know some of us are Native American. We ain't even gonna touch that.
Right.
Mississippi is a Native American name.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna leave it alone.
Yeah, Pontotoc. That's another one. That's another Native American. Those are all, yeah.
Rankin is right next to it. That's like our little line, though.
Yeah.
When you say you have that line, but over the train tracks, that's what we mean by that line.
Mm-hmm.
Sunflower is.
See, that's another county. That's a Delta. That's up in the Delta.
Tallahatchie. That's
up in the Delta. Just a little tidbit. The Tallahatchie was where I started my first high school baseball game at West Tallahatchie. Now, that has nothing to do with anything. It's just whenever I see Tallahatchie County, I just remember that's where I started my first high school baseball game, and we won. So that's good memories for me for Tallahatchie County.
Every time I hear about Tallahatchie, I'm hearing the song "Old Billy Joe."
Yep, Old Billy Joe.
You got Sharkey up there, Issaquah. You got a whole bunch of Delta counties up that way.
Yeah, and Choctaw and Chickasaw, those are actual tribes, right? Those are actual, and they were some of the major tribes in the southern region.
DeSoto County, I haven't seen any. DeSoto is 58.5% in favor of Tate Reeves.
DeSoto's one of those counties that it became more white as DeSoto acts as a Memphis suburb. So white folks who don't want to live in Memphis but want to work in Memphis live in DeSoto.
Lord, my son is snoring like he done clocked in and worked a 12-hour shift.
Again, thank y'all so much for doing this. Like I said, I just wanted to
thank you for coming on and imparting that education and that great wisdom regarding this election. Thank you so much.
All right, y'all be easy now.
Goodness gracious, he sounds like a. Well, I'm gonna go put him in the bed. So.
Sonny Boone said the Republican governor loses in. That was Andy Beshear is the Democratic governor for Kentucky, and the person who was running against it was Daniel Cameron. He was the state attorney general that did not want to file they didn't want, he didn't want to take the thing to court with the Breonna Taylor case.
He didn't want to take it to court.
Yeah, with Breonna Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
So he was the state attorney general, Daniel Cameron, and he was a Trump supporter too. So they weren't going for that.
Lord, okay, so y'all can't be bringing in more than one drama. Somebody talking about, I just want to know if our president is Hank Bound. That drama, can we save that for tomorrow, please?
You doing a show tomorrow about that?
Yeah, there's a meeting tomorrow at 11 o'clock in the morning. I don't know if they're going to postpone it, but that's when they're scheduled to have that particular meeting. I do want to take this time to make a public service announcement.
Mm-hmm.
This is for us to be watching this Mississippi governor election and be tuned in and eyes glued to the screen to see if there's going to be an upset. It is amazing. So before I go any further, I do want to make an announcement regarding iWeave hair. As you all know, I am a brand ambassador of iWeave. Do you? This is a premium hair extension company, owned and operated by none other than Mr. Stephen Campbell. I would like to announce that there will be a Black Friday sale that begins 9 p.m. Thanksgiving night and up until 11 p.m. Friday. So you'll be able to buy 2, get 1 free with promo code SHOPBLACK. And I'm just going to tell you something. This is the perfect type of gift that if you want to get your girl a gift, get her some bundles.
Can I give a shout out?
Yes.
First I want to shout out. I don't know if you heard about it yesterday. I don't know if you seen it. Jumped on my live yesterday. Come on the live yesterday. But I want to shout out Dr. Lori Wilson and Dr. D and Mr. Campbell for getting me to go down to Tallahassee to cover the SWAC championship game.
Oh, okay. Not you going to the second lowest of 7 hills. Oh,
yes,
yes, the second lowest of 7 hills.
They have done. They collaborated together, and I appreciate every last one of them for doing that for me, because it would be something big where I could cover it, take pictures, basically just having the experience, not just the experience FAMU and anything like that, but it's just the experience of actual championship game, because I've never been to a college football championship game. Never. So
congratulations.
So Dr. D said the Airbnb and the car rental is paid for. Yeah, I ain't forget Mr. Campbell.
Ooh, big money.
I ain't forget, and Mr. Campbell is covering my game ticket. Covering the game ticket for
you
me.
You should go ahead and submit for your press credentials.
You know what? I could.
Yep, you sure could.
So
who said okay? So congratulations to Doc. You heard it. He will be live and direct from the SWAC championship from the second of lowest hills in Tallahassee, Florida. With those rattlers. You see how putting on a little green and orange can putting on a little green and orange.
Oh, Dr.
Makes
D,
your motion, boy.
look. Hey, Dr. D say they working on my press credentials.
I can put on a Photoshop of some green and orange. I can put a Photoshop on. But
I think everybody done did that for you for the whole season. So,
oh my goodness. But like I will be running and continuously promoting this Black Friday sale by iWeave. So make sure that you guys like and support iWeave hair. iWeave does take some of the funds that are received from the hair sales and contributes it back to HBCUs. Let's go ahead and check in once again on these numbers, because somebody said that he's losing in Rankin County now, and I don't believe it. No, he's not losing in Rankin. I didn't think so. That would be a hard sale.
So I can't back out of this whole thing now. So they done got me locked in. I seen the pictures from the Airbnb. They are very look.
You making moves, you making waves, Doc. Make sure you get a lot of content.
Oh, I am
content.
So blessed. I wanted to cry yesterday on camera, but I couldn't. I called my mom last night, and I told her I said, Mama, I'm going to Tallahassee. You want to? I said, you want to roll with me? She said, what? I'm talking about what you going to Tallahassee for? And I'm like, I'm going to cover the SWAC championship game. You going to FAMU? I said, yeah, Mama. Don't you got? What you gonna do about it? I said, Mom, everything's taken care of. They taking care of everything. And even the missus, she was like, when she got back yesterday from
shoot. Y'all go ahead and take that trip. Free trip. I don't think Tallahassee has any oceans, though. I don't think they have any beaches. I think it's a landlocked.
You got to go to like Panama City Beach or Destin.
Yeah. But they got palm trees. Y'all got palm trees, Mr. Campbell? Because I'm gonna be throwing that shade, honey. Y'all got some palm trees for the shade I'm gonna throw.
But
he's winning in Panola County. Where is Panola supposedly supposed to be a Black county?
Panola County that's Batesville. That's almost like that's pretty much Ole Miss territory.
Well, I mean, he should be doing a lot better in Panola, right? He's only winning by. See, this is where Miss Gwendolyn Gray, I'm gonna look at you with a side eye, because if you have 2.3% of the vote and we add that 2.3 to that 47.5, that makes it 49.8 and makes it closer. Yazoo City, Yalabushi.
That's a Delta County, right? That's pretty much almost where the Delta started.
Winston is literally neck and neck. And Winston County is neck and neck. Where is Winston County at? It's literally 49.5 and 49.3. So, like you said, the majority of the votes are going to be it's out for debate is Jackson. The battle is in Jackson. Winston is mostly white and natives. It's half and half. How did Hood do in Panola? Let's look. So in Madison County in 2019, Hood actually won by like 400 votes. Madison County. In Panola, Hood won last year by like 200 votes. Or not last year, but 2019, he won by 200 votes. Tunica.
That's
Humphrey.
Delta County right there.
Oh, okay.
That's Delta, Tunica, Clarksdale. Ooh. Oh, man. You're going to see all them counties turn blue.
Hinds County has to, and I will be at. This is the greatest game in a home and home game in HBCU football, I think.
Which one?
Even Alcorn versus Jackson State.
Oh, you going to the Soul Bowl?
The Soul Bowl. So he has to overperform in those small counties.
Yeah.
How many voters in Hinds County? So I think they said there was over 170,000 voters, but they only had like 70 vote in 2019. So let me go ahead and look up. Let me look up and see if I can find any more information. Did you guys see the way that line looked? It was atrocious. I wonder, do they have any more information on that line?
That line looked like where you get a sure release back in the day.
I don't see anything else. I'm going to try to find it, but that line was ridiculous. I cannot believe they tried to go to the Mississippi Supreme Court to vacate a lower court order. So the problem with this is sheesh.
Yeah, that line looked like it was.
It looked like they probably are
like
only doing 3 to 4
like
people
free
every
before
5
10
minutes.
line right there.
That looks like the line where you call somebody and say, "Hey, can you get me in there? Hey, can I cut the line? I'm in the VIP line." Let me see if I see any more information. I mean, this is basically the last hurrah is the governor debate. Like, okay, we have Supervisor Rob Graham speaking on ballot shortage and election issues in Hinds County. It doesn't look good when it's one of us that done dropped the ball.
But for this particular election, the election commission ordered approximately 70% of the ballots that are normally ordered for a general election. We've just had a massive voter turnout, and we had several precincts that ran out of ballots. And I'm here representing the Board of Supervisors. We came down to make sure that we got as many ballots out of the door as we possibly could. We've solicited the help of the Sheriff's Department, also Jackson Police Department as well. We received confirmation from that or permission from the mayor. So we're getting as many of these particular ballots out. We want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to vote. We know that some people have been standing in line for several hours, and we want to make sure that no voter is disenfranchised based upon the fact that they're waiting on ballots. So we're doing everything that we possibly can do to get the ballots to the precincts. The people that are in line, we've been told will be allowed to vote. And so we have several locations that we're rushing ballots out to at this.
They said they're rushing out 100 ballots at a time.
That's crazy.
Oh, he said that they made 70. I feel like they should have did 80. You should have known. I want to know how Wildwood Baptist Church is doing. Are they still in line? Oh, here's another update. Doesn't look like it got any better to me. This is from 5 minutes ago, and it doesn't look like it got any better. Like, are they moving like molasses? That doesn't look like it got any better. Oh God, dear God, please don't get on me for laughing, but baby, they should have told Kinko's. They should have bought in Kinko's printer. Cause what? How many are you gonna print?
I just try to get them ballots.
She looks like she's printing from 3 different printers, though.
Yep. I just try to get them ballots. It's already here.
They done about ran. Do they got the replacement ink? Do they got the ink? Over there, worrying her to death when y'all could have just ordered 50,000 more ballots. Now look at her. She's having to print it out.
Just try to get them ballots.
She over there checking her little church printer, the printer that they got for the church's office. This is not an industrial printer.
Yep.
I would have told Kinko, look, we need to borrow your printer. Put the printer on the truck. We need the printer. Over here printing off of the church printer, using up all that ink. I'm being funny, but realistically speaking,
this is a serious matter.
Yeah, those folks might be like, we can't use this because the ink, it looks like it's running out of ink, so we can't really tell. How do they know they was reading the right thing? It is a serious matter, but then again, you gotta laugh to keep from crying because this should have never happened. It's past 9 o'clock, right? But don't they have to stay open until the last person is counted?
Yeah.
Wildwood Baptist Church looked like it was live and open, like you said. Free before what? 10.
Free before 10. Or the new J's coming out. That's how I looked at it.
It says any. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't really understand the wording. So Miss Cena said that you had to be in line by 7 in order to vote. In fair count, this one is saying polls are open until 9 by court order. If you're in line, stay in line until you vote. Anyone at these locations by 9 p.m. can vote. Yeah, so Byram City Hall, Raymond, Clintonwood, and Northside Baptist. So it looked like it hadn't even moved. The standard rule for extension is 1 hour. And that particular precinct has been running out of ballots multiple times. I don't even know why you couldn't print out 400 ballots, because I know there's not 400 people out there. They said they've been delivering them 100 at a time. Man, if you don't deliver 400 ballots over there, because there's not 400 people in line. There's not. Let's go ahead and look at these. Look at what it's looking like. Adams County, 72.4% reporting. Branden Presley is winning 59.5%. So what we want to see is, which I like all this blue right here, Chickasaw, Clay, Lowndes. How do you say that word? Lowndes.
Lowndes
Noxubee.
County. Yeah. Noxubee.
I'm not even going to try it. I know they've been trying to tell me how to say it. Octibaha.
You said it right.
Kemper, he's doing really well. So these, let's look and see what it looked like. I need to update the map to see what it looks like. That's looking pretty good to me. I don't think he had, I don't think Hood had all those blue counties. Let me see. So, Hood didn't have all those blue counties. Look at how many blue counties Presley has as of right now versus last time. It looks like he has the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It looks like he has 2 extras. One of the counties that was blue just turned red. I want to say Forest. Forest is by the skin of Tate Reeves' teeth, to the point where if Gwendolyn Gray wasn't in there, those little 217 votes is going to count. But like you said, it's popular vote.
Yeah. Forest
But
is close to Hattiesburg.
I mean, that's USM, ain't it? That's his little buddy, Brett Favre buddy. Sunflower, Presley's doing really well in Sunflower. Tunica, Presley's doing real well in Tunica and Tallahatchie. Where is Itabena? What county is that?
LaFleur.
Oh, okay, it hasn't came in yet. Holmes Community College. That should be blue, right?
Yeah, it started the Delta.
I think all that should be blue. And all that. But Hinds is the biggest. That's the biggest county anyway. Tunica is all black. You said Hinds not coming in till 10. They need to go ahead and start reporting. Okay, we need to see some numbers so we can close that gap.
Mr. Campbell tripping talking about it he was in Jackson, the Escalade, the laser printer would be in the back of the Escalade.
It's only 50% is in right now. It's estimated.
Statewide?
Yes, only
Okay.
57%. But Presley would have to make up some huge ground, like almost 100,000 votes to even take the lead, which is what we would need, all 100,000 of them votes in Jackson. But like you said, LaFleur County's not in yet. Tunica almost all the way. Washington's not in yet. Holmes, Hinds, Claiborne, Copiah. Copiah County should be blue as well. So everything else is pretty much in at least 70% or better. So what that means is, do you know anything about Amite County?
Amite County?
Yeah.
That's closer to Amite. I'm thinking of the Amite, Louisiana.
Let's look up Amite County and see what it's looking like. It's the 12th largest county in the state of Mississippi.
What's the
I think
county
when they said
seat?
12th largest, they was talking about the amount of land, because let's see how many it is. The population is 12,720 in a 2020 census. Race and ethnicity.
Okay. That's closer to Louisiana. That's closer to Macomb.
What do that mean?
What do you mean?
There's more white people there or black people?
Look at their demographics.
Dang, it's a whole bunch of old people there. 14%, 65 to 74, 7.2, 75 to 84. It's an older county.
58% white, 38% black.
So that's probably gonna go red, huh?
All depends.
It's right next to Pike County.
Yeah.
Like you said, right next to Louisiana. District 2 is where he should get a lot of black folks. That's where most of the black folks live. It says that's Confederate County. I played there back in high school. They're racist that way. Racist. So apparently, we're only hoping that they have double that, 100,000 or better, maybe 120,000. Our president has already been selected. So make sure that you guys go ahead and hit the like button. We will be having a special tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Central Time. You guys have a president's, the IHL has a meeting tomorrow. What happened to the meeting? They took it off? I guess it is based off of whether or not Tate Reeves wins or not. Because it's not on here, and they usually put it up here. They'll usually put whether or not there's going to be a meeting. They said last week that they're going to convene on Wednesday at 11, but it's going to be Wednesday at 11, and I don't see it on here.
Mm.
A majority of Mississippi voters will be true to form, tater-tot by a solid, comfortable margin. Poor white folks voting against themselves because it might help them people. We don't have no hospitals. So I don't know. There's not a meeting on here. But anyway, I'll still come on at 11 o'clock Central tomorrow. And that's 12 o'clock Eastern time, just to do an update on the presidential search. Or we'll still be, you know what? We might still be also talking about the governor. So apparently, right now, Tate Reeves is up ahead 79,525. He's up by a large margin. So, y'all, it might be that not only did Black voters come out to vote, but also white rule voters might have put their boots on and hiked up to the polls too. People already in the Delta have to go to Jackson or Memphis if they have a major medical emergency. So you would think that maybe that happening, that they would want to change that, or at least save what hospitals they do have. The fact that they don't, that's concerning, because Tate Reeves already said he's not getting ready to change anything. He's not expanding Medicaid. He's not doing that. He's not helping the hospitals. So it says, the question is, how many outstanding votes still out there? I think the turnout for Black votes outperformed whites. Yeah, the Black folks would have to turn out in record numbers, and some of the white folks would either have to split the ticket and vote for Presley, and on top of that, or just stayed at home. So it all falls down to Jackson, basically. That's what it's going to come down to. I haven't seen any more updates regarding Wildwood Baptist Church, but that was basically the church that had the ridiculous amount of people still there. That was the only one that I saw. Lord, they done brought the music over. I can't play the music because my stream will get flagged, but they bought the bus, honey, to make sure folks stay in line. And they're playing Aaliyah. Only 63% of the vote have been counted. Too many white folks rather see Mississippi go down than improve. Just saw a news flash that said Hinds County ran out of ballots. They've been running out of ballots all day long. Now, if they ran out of the ballots, she done ran out of paper, y'all. She done ran out of paper. I haven't seen any more updates on the election. It says they're acting like Reeves has already won on the news. Dang, they ain't even had Jackson State hasn't been counted. Hinds County.
Miss Mary up in there with her slides on. She got her house shoes on.
It says, let me explain the current Mississippi governor race to you. Tate Reeves is up by 20 in the third quarter, but Michael Jordan has been on the bench all game. Jordan's about to check in. Black folks in Hinds County, Mississippi are voting like Obama is running again. I will tell you this. Back in 2008, even though we were in the state of the Mississippi, we voted for Barack Obama like our lives depended on it.
I was in East Texas and I was like, man, I'm about to vote for Obama.
Right. Get Miss Mary a chair. Get Miss Mary a chair. She been printing ballots all day. Listen, I'm not gonna make fun of Miss Mary. She's been making it do what it do. The polls have been closed for 30 minutes, and we're still waiting on Hinds County.
Yeah, I was gonna continue waiting on Hinds County.
You think so?
There you go. They probably ain't gonna be finished counting till the middle of the night on the real.
It's already, I guess it's only 9:30 where y'all at. It says, if you're stuck in a long line, report at the link below and we'll send over some free pizza. Somebody need to send some food, something. Folks ain't took their medicine, nothing. Like, this is serious business, y'all. Oh, okay. Here's a report about the different precincts. It says Clinton 5 Old AE Library. As of 6:45 p.m. this evening, the site has 14 ballots left, 100 people in line, and 4 express vote cards, and they're saving them for voters with disabilities. The site has suffered ballot shortages throughout the day. Griffith Memorial Baptist, as of 6:45 this evening, this site has a long line and only 25 to 30 ballots left. Old Byram City Hall. The site was out of ballots for 2 hours. They also ran out of cards for the express voting machine. The precinct manager reported that some voters remained in line and others left. United Methodist Church. This location ran out of ballots around 3 p.m. They had a line of 40 to 50 people that was wrapped around. The poll manager stated that some of the ballots have been spoiled. What? Hinds Community. How do you spoil a ballot? Hinds Community College gave them 100 ballots to use. Other ballots have now been delivered, but the line is long. Clinton 3 Northside Baptist Church. The site ran out of ballots 3 times a day. They were only given 100 ballots at a time after the run out. Why would you hand them only 100 ballots? Give them 500 at a time. As of drafting of this filing, the line is growing and ballots have not been delivered. Clinton to Wildwood Baptist Church. There were ballot shortages all throughout the day. The location ran out of cards for the express voting machine. You can't tell me that this lady didn't do this on purpose. I'm sorry. I'm not going to stand for it. There are people who are put into places of positions, and you're not going to tell me that she didn't purposely do this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You had 75,000 in the last election. Why wouldn't you exceed that amount? This location ran out of ballots this evening. As of drafting of this filing, there's a line out the door. Poll workers are advising voters to leave because they will not be getting ballots, and they are not letting the cast an affidavit ballot. Oh, wow. Trinity Wesleyan Church. That's terrible. The site has suffered ballot shortages. As of drafting of this filing, the poll manager reported there were only 100 ballots left. You're not going to tell me that this wasn't purposeful. I'm sorry. You're not going to tell me that. It said spoiled ballot is a ballot that was not covered when submitted. Most of these districts are in Black neighborhoods. Hinds morning votes are in. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. Uh-oh. Right now, Branden Presley's leading 86% to 12.9 in Jackson. But like he would need to win like 95% in order for it to make a huge difference.
So I'm reading this on CNN Politics.
Mm-hmm.
So Branden Presley serves on the Mississippi Public Service Commission. And then the independent Gwendolyn Graves, she dropped out of the race last month, but she endorsed Branden Presley, but her name is still on the ballot.
Right.
Because now her name is still on the ballot and she's still getting some votes up in her. Neither Tate Reeves or Branden Presley would get the majority of the vote, and then they'll go to a runoff in later on this month. So that might be a reason why you were looking for flyer for the meeting for tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
That they haven't,
I think that instead of doing a presidential search, we might still be on the election tomorrow. We might still be on the election tomorrow. We might still be on the governor count and the results.
Mm-hmm.
I wish people would stop saying this. I don't know about you, but just historically, even the Capitol Police setting up blockades, checking driver's license, and you're in the state of Mississippi where they literally have they literally were charged with violating two Black men's civil rights. We're talking about the police. Yeah. Wasn't it in Rankin County?
Rankin.
Right next to Jackson in Rankin County. The police, a group of them, kidnapped, sexually assaulted, and shot one of them young men in the mouth with a gun. And you over here talking about we have a history of not voting. As a Black man or woman with children, the mere thought of even seeing some police and they're over here checking your driver's license or seeing to see if your tags is good, that would be enough to deter me from going to that side of town for a couple of days. Please stop saying that Blacks are not voting, because it's not true. It's not. And we can see by that tactic, the Republican Party trying to not allow votes to be counted. Sometimes they'll delete your name off of the scroll, like, oh, you're not registered because you didn't vote last time, so we just took your name off of there. Or the ID law that they put into place, that now we understand that there was something more behind it than just you need an ID, because if you don't have an ID, then
You can't vote.
right. And I did go to the voter. I went to the polls today to vote, and I did have my ID. But there's a lot of times, sometimes I leave my ID in the house in my wallet if I'm just dropping my son off at school. It's a lot more to that. Not having if you didn't go get your driver's license updated or your ID updated. Because those IDs are like $14, $15. Not the driver's license are like $14, $15, sometimes even more. The ID, you can get an ID for free in some of the states. So in North Carolina, they were giving away free IDs, but you still have to have the birth certificate, the social security card. So what do we need to see here in Hinds in order for him to close that gap? I'm thinking we need to see him winning at least 90%. He's at 86.1 right now, but it needs to be more like 90. Presley's winning Panola by a very small margin, very small. And LaFleur is still not in. Holmes is still not in. Washington, Copaya. It's all going to come down to Jackson. It says, what was Hinds County vote in 2019? So if we take a look at 2019, let's go ahead and share this. Jim Hood lost by about 47,000 votes. And Hinds County, Jim Hood received 55,403 votes for 77.5%. And then Tate Reeves received 15,447. So you really want to keep the Republican down, like only getting about 9,000 votes or less. If you can keep him down, and even so, you would still need we have a larger margin to make up at this point in time. So for me, moving forward, the only way that you are going to be able to flip a state like Mississippi in any capacity is to do what they did in Georgia, which is registering the younger voters.
Yep.
So hitting hard USM, Mississippi. I mean, it's kind of hard at places like Ole Miss and Mississippi State because the type of students that go there, a lot of them have those types of conservative point of views.
But not all of them, though. Not
I
all
mean,
of them.
if you can register a lot of moderate independent voters, possibly.
Yeah, you can get that.
But that's definitely how. So another difference between Georgia and Mississippi is, for the most part, the people that they'll come to Mississippi, they'll come to these different schools and they'll get their education there, but they don't stay. Whereas in Georgia, we have folks living in Atlanta, they're moving to Georgia. It says Mississippi State is less conservative than USM. MSU Starkville's area is always blue. And so that's an area that I would have hit hard with, like, but I also think that one of the things is like the amount of money that's put, it's kind of like a throwaway state. So Democrats don't see Mississippi as a winnable state, so they don't pump money into it like they could. Like Presley did get some money, but he didn't get that much money. He needed more money to basically hone in on, which when I say they have millions and millions of dollars just for stuff like this, they have millions of dollars just for registering students to vote. And they'll basically pay these organizations to go out and register students to vote, like mass registration, or going out to these rural areas and getting them to vote. But because the Democrats don't necessarily see Mississippi as a winnable state, they don't invest that time in getting these students to vote. Georgia has more Black pockets of voters. Atlanta, Savannah, Albany, Macon. There's more Black towns, right?
Forest County. It's just like here in Texas. You got that in Texas. Your Democratic strongholds here in Texas is Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, El Paso. I would have said Fort Worth, but I think they went Republican in our last election. So it's still like the rural parts of your state is going to be the ones that, because they're old, you know what I'm saying? Older people, they're going to think more of on a conservative basis. They're going to think more of on a Christian basis, to where, here as a Democrat, we tend to lean more. Yes, we are Christian, but we tend to lean more that, okay, government needs to help. You know what I'm saying? Government needs to help everybody. But it's crazy here in Dallas is because now our mayor here in Dallas, he went from being a Democrat, he flipped parties to being Republican during the middle of his term. He's still in his term right now. But because he's a Republican, it's not going to do anything, because, like I said, our basis is democratically strong.
Right.
So we, are like,
the mayor only, the mayor can only do so much, but with that city council, the county commissioners, majority of those are Democrats. Your judges, your sheriff department is based majority Democrat. So now, if you would have went to a place like, I would say like Waco, or like on the outskirts of Waco, sound like Bellmead or something like that, you would probably get more Republican people out there because it's a rural. Uh,
Mhm.
so wherever there's a majority, to me, wherever there's a majority amount of African Americans at in those rural places or those rural counties, then you'll probably see a change, or it will be in that sense. But but like I said, the rest of those rural counties, they're gonna go they're gonna go with the interests of being conservative. But also, like, especially in the state of Mississippi, they'll go against was being helped out and stuff like that. If you 80 years old and you been getting Medicaid, but you don't get it, you get a cut in your Medicaid and you can't pay for your medicine or go to the hospital and stuff like that. My whole thing is I will be changing I would be changing my whole thought process about that.
Well, I don't know what's going on. I guess they don't care about their. I don't know. Maybe they don't care about it. I mean, I haven't seen it dwindle. So it looks like it's slowly going down. Some more information coming in. Mm-hmm. Jackson's kind of at a standstill right now. Have anybody gotten an update on Jackson or on Hinds County? I haven't seen anything come through that would suggest that there's any changes. I
All
just
I'm
don't
looking,
want to go to sleep, wake up, and then it gets close.
it'll be a runoff. Marcus Berry said, "Is Texas a red state?" Yeah, it's a red state. You got 254 counties, but like 6 or 7 of your major cities are in probably like maybe 20 of those counties, and they make up pretty much probably like 45% of your population. I mean, it's kind of hard to flip this state right here, especially when you got a guy like Governor Hot Wheels up in this thing.
No, LaFleur County got 28,339 folks in it now. LaFleur County, let's see how much LaFleur gave us last time. So LaFleur County in 2019 did 72.1% for Jim Hood in LaFleur County. And looking at this population from 2020, the population size is about 28,339. So if we just do 28,339 times 0.75, that's about 21,000 votes right there. If I just take 75% of the population in LaFleur County, so we can add about 21,000 votes to
Dr. Smith said that people are still in line
oh Lord.
in Hinds County.
Update. Branden has 23,000 votes in Hinds County. So 23 and 23, that's going to knock down about 40. Where we at? Where we at with the update? Let me hurry up and go over here. I don't have that update. Where y'all seeing this 23,000 at? Let me get the update. It still says 8,000 over here. Let me go to CNN. No, let me see. Which one are y'all looking at? Are you guys looking at WLBT or something like that? Because that's probably where all the updates are coming in at. Let me see.
Hey, I'm looking at something. Philadelphia is going to elect its first female mayor,
Oh wow.
and she's black.
You said Philadelphia? That's their first?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That's amazing.
And
Maybe I need to be on WLBT's website. He done cut it down a lot. He done cut it down to 9. He now Tate Reeves only has a 9% lead right now. Refreshes every 2 seconds, every 2 minutes. I want to know what the
see some going on Dallas Morning News.
So yeah. They don't need to be playing with my emotions. This is absolutely ridiculous. It says 74K difference, not including the 23 update for Hinds. And Dr. Smith, not including that 21,000 that I guesstimate will come from LaFleur County, because LaFleur voted 75% for Hood in 2019. You can't necessarily just give him the votes, but you can predict that there's a possibility that it will follow the same amount. So basically what I did was I looked at LaFleur County. Oh man, but not that many people voted. That was very low turnout. For the amount of people that live there, very low turnout. So hopefully they double how many people turned out, because it looks like only 4,954 turned out. So it doesn't look like we can get the 20,000 votes from LaFleur. Presley's down 53K. MSNBC says if Presley can knock it down 5%, it's real close.
Yep, and that's where it triggers the runoff.
They don't do runoffs.
Yes, I do. State of
Not
Mississippi.
for no 5%. It has to be like 1% error.
But what I'm saying is what's the percentage that they had to have? So
It has to be less than, it has to be like 49. Like, I don't think they can do a runoff. I ain't never heard of it. I mean, if he gets up to 40, it says that he's only 65,000 ahead. So basically that lead is shrinking quick, fast, in a hurry. And a lot of people who are saying that those racist towns have large Black population, can you fathom trying to go cast a vote and you know that those might be what we know as sundown towns? 51% win. Anything less is a runoff. Oh, okay. So they're saying 51% to win. Anything less is a runoff. So that's why it was so important for Gwendolyn to not be on there. And, you know,
They kept her on the ballot.
yeah, I hate that they did that, because if you see 1.4% would have had him at 45.6 right now. Or not, maybe 45, but I'm sure we won't know again, and we won't know until tomorrow at the most. I mean, if there's people still voting, we're definitely not going to know. They're going to try to actually get those votes thrown out, because, you know, they don't want those votes. I don't know what just happened. This still hasn't updated on CNN. Mm-hmm. Where's these votes coming in at? Because they're not on mine. Let me see what this one says. Oh, okay. He's still holding pretty strong. 23,223 votes, 87%. And 3,232 votes for Tate Reeves. So those black folks ain't playing. CNN is calling into the election office. Yep, go ahead and call in there. See what's going on, why the lines are taking so long. They probably ran out of ink. I'm not even trying to be, it's not funny at all. Like, it's not funny, but
It's ironic.
it's not ironic. It's kind of like, why you got that lady over here stressing her out, got her printing 100 ballots every. You over here stressing her out. Look, she got 3 printers going. You see, she's got some Canon toner up at the top.
I'm just trying to get them ballots.
She's working.
It's already here.
But you can only look at what type of printer she has. If she had one of those,
just trying to get them ballots.
she should have just went and got the printer. Like, look, FedEx, you're gonna have to bring your printer in. I need to be turning it on CNN.
That's what I'm about to do now. So Branden Presley does have 87% of the vote in Hinds County.
Mm-hmm.
The lead is shrinking down, so that you are correct on that.
Oh, I like that. I'm definitely about to play it. I did get tips, so I ain't even tripping. Let me see. Because I like what he's saying right here.
So as far as the major votes, it's
of 50%. 50%.
Oh, okay, yeah.
One, there will be a runoff. So as you're watching the vote come in from Hinds County, and there's still a lot of vote to come in from there, maybe that's what everyone should be watching for, if it's enough to drive Tate Reeves below 50% statewide.
We'll keep watching what's going on here. Take me to Ohio right now, because the abortion issue really prompts.
Ooh, y'all. Now we over here trying to get the 50+1. If we can get the 50, if we can get him under that 51% threshold, it'll be a runoff. Now, What does that mean for a runoff? Well, number one, have all them MF and ballots.
Yep. And then you have to pretty much you have to pretty much re-campaign yourself. And then you'll have another you'll have more voting like later on in the month. It'll probably be before
You would
Thanksgiving
have
or so.
Oh Lord, not Thanksgiving.
Not on
So-
Thanksgiving, but before.
Right, but what will we have to do to get, first of all, to get folks to say, oh, I was standing in line for all them hours. What? First of all, you gonna have to whoever that lady is. First of all, you gonna have to order 200,000 ballots. It don't even matter. It says 75% is in. There's no way 75% is in and them folks are still out. Where is this at? I need to be on CNN.
So I'm looking at it right now. He's on Presley is only down by let me see about when it come back up.
55,000?
Yeah, close to 55,000.
Yeah, so this doesn't have the updated. So I don't know where y'all at that you have the updated amounts.
He's down 55,000. 56,000 right now. But it's only 76% of the votes being counted in right now.
Where Marcus Berry, where are you looking at? Because where are you looking at that he's down to 52.8%? What channel?
I mean, look, I know
Madison County said the door is closed. The door is closed. The state of Mississippi policy is you have to be 50+1 in order to avoid a runoff. So if he's down to 52.8, the number we need to knock down 2.8. New York Times. All right, let me head over to the New York Times. They must got somebody on the ground. I'm like, where are y'all getting these updates from? Please let us. And then Gwendolyn will be off the ballot.
Yeah, and the runoff, if this is a runoff, she'll fully be off the ballot.
We need that extra 2%. We could have used that. Branden Presley's at 300,000 now. Okay, I see it now. 79% of the vote is in. There's no Hinds County is still out. Let's see how LaFleur did. LaFleur, it was roughly the same amount, 78 to 21. They didn't even increase their voting rolls that much. Maybe if they can get to 5,000, maybe that'll show a small increase. But there really wasn't a change. And this particular map doesn't actually have the correct totals for Hinds County. It only has 40% of the votes in on New York Times. So their numbers are actually off a little bit. WLBT. And then I am going to be pissed if the Gwendolyn Gray lady caused us to be basically, we needed that extra 2%. It matters. And didn't you say they're still in line?
I said it was still alive.
That's terrible. Still in line? Oh my goodness. Wee. What it's looking like, y'all. 81% of the vote is in. It looks like he's up. It says those after 7 p.m. votes aren't in yet. Ain't no way I'm standing in line for 4 hours and they tell me my stuff not counting. What? I haven't gotten any more updates about Wildwood. I'm wondering if I don't know. I think it's gonna be close. I remember Mississippi Republican Senator Thad Cochran. I don't know why. Okay, so like in Kentucky, the percentage is 52.5 versus 47.5 with a 91%. And CNN projected that Bashir won governorship. But for Mississippi, they still have it like outstanding. So in order for there to be a runoff, Presley needs at least 35 to 40,000 more votes. Let's see. And they still have, on all the websites that I'm looking at, they still have Tate Reeves at 53%. Which is basically the same margin that he won last year. Or not last year, the last time in 2019. He won 52%. Still more votes to be counted. I'm just baffled at how Tate is even in the lead with all that mess that Mississippi has gone through under him.
Because they don't care. Them white people do not care. They look at Brett Favre as as their favorite son. They don't care.
I don't know. I definitely feel like, y'all, we're gonna have some more mess tomorrow, because tomorrow the possibility of the president of Jackson State should be announced. See, I don't know where you guys are looking at, but I don't have any of the updated numbers in Hinds County. They're not reflective on CNN. They're not reflected on New York Times. That's why I'm just like, where are y'all getting these numbers from? I don't see none of them. I don't even have it on NBC News or MSNBC News. It still says 23,000. I don't think so too. There's too much high-strung information. You was over here dropping tea, Brandy, okay? Tea. Okay. So basically, we're looking at the 50 to 60,000 votes that we need are possibly there. I mean, just keeping it a buck, the statistics pretty much follow. Like, the census of Mississippi hasn't changed that much. But basically, when they're utilizing these trends, they pretty much follow the same trend. For instance, let's take, for instance, let me do Leflore County. Leflore County, mind you, Leflore County has roughly 23,000 folks living there. I can't even find it. It's one of these over here somewhere. Where's Leflore at? Can't even find it now. Why does this still say only 3.6% have 3.6 has reported in? But anyway, they pretty much follow the same one. So like this one, Holmes County. Holmes County is 84.4% for Presley, 76.3% in reporting. And then if we go to if we go to 2019 and we look at Holmes County, it's basically right around the same amount. 83.1% reporting. That looks like right about the same amount to me. And the same amount of people that usually vote are roughly around the same that'll participate in this election. So utilizing trends like what they did in that city or in that year, it pretty much follows that precedent. That's why we know for a fact that Hinds is heavily favored towards Presley. And that's another reason why they're not necessarily, I guess, holding off on actually announcing who the winner is, because they know that Hinds County is really big blue area. But for me, I'm just kind of like, stop playing. The amount of votes he's ahead hasn't dwindled any. Not really. Let's see what WLBT. They're still saying 53 to 45. $64 out of 107 reporting in Hinds County. It says all that red at the bottom, one of those counties needs to be blue in order for a Democrat to win outright.
On the coast.
Forest is the only county possible that he would even be close to winning. Everything else is red and by a large margin. Forest is the only one. There's nothing on this county that is even remotely close. The only one is Forest. He doesn't have Wayne County has not came in yet. We need to get him down to 52%. Even if y'all are just like lying or just pulling our leg, just go ahead and make it 52. 52. Uh-oh. That's a big jump.
What?
It's down to 52.4, but we need for it to go even lower. Oh, and I guess we could look at that.
Said the Mississippi Today has the correct numbers.
Mm-hmm. I'm headed over there right now. Somebody drop the link in the chat for me. Because right now, I'm not getting no updates on Mississippi Today. Oh, here it is. Mm. Marcia, where you hear it was 51% at? We could only hope and wish and pray. I mean, they're doing pretty good right now, 82.7%. Whereas, let's see what they did in 2019. In 2019, they only voted 77.5% for Jim Hood. So an increase to 82%, that's a big jump. It does say 68.5% of the votes are counted. We still have Walthall County.
Walthall. Yeah.
Walthall. Let's see what Walthall looked like last. So Walthall was 55 to 44. And Amite County was 55 to 42. So just kind of like Doctor was saying, like closing that gap, meaning you don't necessarily have to win those counties, but closing the gap. So this is what they're saying about Hinds County, and this is why anybody who knows anything about being Black in America,
Does the delay in Hinds
always
County due to
you always got to work twice as hard and, you know, be twice as good to get half the respect. So this is what they're basically saying about Hinds County.
does the delay in Hinds County due to ballot shortage point to election tampering?
I think that's a totally reasonable question and a totally reasonable concern. I will say this, having dealt with the Hinds County Election Commission for a very long time, they are not competent enough to run an election, and they are therefore not competent enough to try to steal the election. I just don't think they're organized enough. But
I mean, all of the Black people in large Black cities win local offices. But you see, he's saying that, and I'm not trying to be funny, but that's what happens. That's why when you are representing these types of platforms, you have to be like on your P's and Q's. You cannot be half stepping when it comes to anything, because now you're going to get your failures is going to be basically, first of all, this is going to be national news tomorrow. They're going to be showing these long lines. They're going to be talking about how the ballots were not calculated correctly, the cards for the ballot, I guess the electronic ballots, that you guys ran out of that. Like, they are going to basically blame the people that are in those positions, and those people happen to be Black. And this is also true, that this is what a lot of people think about Black people. That's their perceptions. But when you have a scandal like this happen on such a national platform where you don't have enough ballots, and you have this lady literally printing ballots off of a office printer, a church printer, like, when you have that on display, you're basically showing your incompetence. And it's going to be nationally televised. Everybody's going to know about it. And unfortunately, that's not a representative of all Black people, but that's just what it is.
Yeah, I won't even. Yeah, I'm Super Talk. I won't even use Super Talk. I flagged them on Twitter.
Oh my goodness.
I did.
Listen, if it comes down to this 1.9% by Gwendolyn, when I tell you, I am going to have a fit. I like Mr. McGinnis, he came on earlier and he basically let us know what it is. We were unprepared, but you have to be prepared for things like this. And I think So the majority of the amount of people that voted, it's seriously under. Like they were expecting to have close to 900,000. It has about 715,000 voters. Let me see.
So here's like I said, the we was talking about this, but I said this earlier. The third candidate, Gwendolyn Gray, who's an independent, she dropped out of the race in October, but would be on the ballot. Gray's candidacy could throw the race into chaos, potentially forcing the first gubernatorial runoff in state history. Because she got damn near 2% of the vote, and she backed out of the race in October. Instead of her backing out of the race, she should have backed out earlier in the year, like around.
She knew she didn't have the numbers. She did not have the backing.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So like out of the 13, well, I'm looking at this, out of the 13,803 votes, maybe 75% of those votes would have went towards Presley.
I mean, she's a Black woman, so let's just keep it a buck. If you're voting for a Black woman, 9 times out of 10, even if you want to take 1.5% of that, you're not going to vote for Tate Reeves.
Right.
I absolutely believe that Gwen got paid to stay in, just like I absolutely believe that a election commissioner who had 70,000 people voting in 2019 would not make sure to have 90,000 or more ballots. Terrible. When she could have just dropped. I mean, I definitely understand where you feel like you're being pressured, because they were talking about that, how a lot of the Democratic candidates felt pressured into relinquishing running. Kadada Brown, she needs to resign. Dang. Oh, Lord. Them folks in Madison County don't play about keeping the Blacks in Hinds County down. I'm telling you right now. They're like, the Hinds folks finna get some water? I mean, Madison, they're saying that he outperformed in Madison. Where's Madison at? Rankin.
North.
It says 18,626 votes. So that's 51.6 versus last election that it went down. That's not outperforming. It's at 52.48. It's right in line, ain't it? 18,626. Did I say the other one was?
But Madison is a red county anyway.
Right, but they're basically saying is if he's okay, so in 2019, Tate Reeves won 52-48, and he won, let me see, 52. Oh no. That's Tate Reeves. Madison County, 52-48, and then Madison County. Oh, Madison County was blue last time. So, yeah, that's not good. Madison County was blue. Hood won Madison County. Yeah. Well, where is Hood at? Did he die or something? Why wasn't he? Well, why wasn't he campaigning for Branden Presley? Oh, basically, he's saying that's the problem. You can't, if he was at least able to turn it blue. So that's not a good look, I'm guessing, for
Well, I'm about to drop off. I'm still listening to you on the on YouTube. So,
all right.
all right.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
It says Madison and Rankin County are brother and sister counties. They share the same prosecutor and DA, and Interstate 55 splits the Republicans and Democrats Senate districts. I said Madison County was the key. People love Jim Hood. Well, Jim did us a disservice. Madison is always red. Presley had to hold the blue counties and expand into the red counties. And that's not including the absentee ballots. Where you see that at? Where is that at? I haven't seen that. Let me see. Nowhere have I seen that. I don't know. Maybe I missed it. Oh yeah, here it is right here. It's too early to concede. How many ballots are left? Why couldn't you have just waited until all the votes are counted? There's probably people still in line trying to vote for you. This is from WAPT. Ain't no way in hell I would have conceded nothing. There's no way on God's green earth. 100 of the precincts hasn't even reported yet. Why would you be conceding? That don't even make sense. I'm confused. They might know something we don't know, though. Like how many outstanding votes there are. So then do they stop counting the ballots then? First of all, so you're telling me there's not 20 to 30,000 more votes out there? Because that's not even in Hinds County, there was at least 55,000 people that voted for Jim Hood, for Hood in 2019. He said, I wonder how do absentee ballots work? I know for sure my ballot hasn't made it to Mississippi yet. Okay, but you still have absentee ballots that have not been counted. I don't care. I want to see the numbers down to the number. Well, folks, so there goes that. I wish he would have had some dog in him like Hillary Clinton. Nope. I will not. Hillary did not want to concede, and that's the same way he should have took. Like, I'm not conceding to you. Concede what? You got to have some fight in you, Presley. You got to wait till the end. Yeah, he needs some Stacey Abrams in him. Needs some of that dog in him. Trump still won't say that he lost the election. He will not. He needs some of that in him. Look, y'all got me upset over here because you want to know who the MVP of this whole ordeal is. She probably still in there printing ballots. You done had that lady print all them ballots for you in Hinds County for you to concede like that. How dare you? Made her print all that damn paper, all them damn papers.
I'm trying to get them ballots.
She probably still printing now.
It's already here.
I would have took off for the rest of the week. Y'all got me all the way messed up.
Yep. I'm trying to get them ballots.
You would not have me over here stressed, printing all these damn ballots for you to concede early. And the folks ain't even got out of line yet. Yep. They probably in line looking at you concede.
I'm trying to get them ballots.
I would have been pissed. You hear me? I am pissed.
It's already here. Yep. I'm trying to get them.
Well, y'all. Miss Mary said you better have all your ducks in a row. You better order 20 to 30,000 extra because I'm not going to be sitting up here at this damn computer. My back hurts. I got bad knees. My arthritis be working up. You got me over here pressing these buttons on this computer every 5 seconds to print more. I done had 10 paper cuts, 2 paper jams. You had me printing all them damn ballots for you. All for you to just concede. Yeah, gout acting up. All for you to concede before we could even count. There's still people standing in line. If I'm in line at Wildwood Baptist Church, I'm hot as fish grease. I am hot. We'll oh God. I'm so mad right now. I can't even see straight. Y'all, let's have a good night. Let's sleep good. We will reconvene tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow. Because now we got one disappointment, which is Governor Reeves has been reelected. And now we getting ready to figure out who Jackson State president is. So y'all keep your heads on the swivel. You guys have a good night. Prayers up. Stay safe. And pray for Jackson State University and the status of our administration and our president. Y'all have a good night.
effort